And good evening, everybody. Welcome to the interview room. Wow. What a great week we've all had. Today's the Lord's Day, and we get to celebrate another breath of life. Thank goodness you're all here, and thank goodness we're all here together as friends. As you can tell, what a panel. I have assembled some of the not only dear friends, but amazing out-of-the-box thinkers for tonight's program. And so take a moment, would you, and show us in the chat where you're from around the world. And we're going to give you a shout out here. We've got Australia in the house and already Florida. The motley crew is here. We've got, who else? Columbus, Ohio, Florida, Massachusetts, Kentucky, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Louisville, Michigan. Wow. We are so grateful to each and every one of you. Detroit's in the house. Texas, Sweden, Los Angeles, all over the world, you're all here. And I know you're here to see Dan. We've got two Dans. So make sure tonight in the chat, when you say, I'm here to see Dan, I'm here to see Bob, you let them know in the chat. We sure love you guys. And thank you for being here. And thanks our mods for each and every one of you keeping, this. England's in the house. I see that as well. Wow. Thank you.
And Chris, today is Greek Orthodox Easter. So to anybody who is Orthodox or Coptic, happy Easter. Christos Anesti, as they say in Greek. Happy Easter.
Say that again, Gary, because I cut you off in the very beginning. Say it again.
Oh, no, I said it's Greek Orthodox Easter. Or Coptic Easter also. So for Greek Orthodox people, today is a very special day. So I said in Greek, you say Christos Anesti, happy Easter.
Wow. Okay. And thank you for doing it. Thank you for telling us that. And yes, if you notice, we've lined the panel up by hair tonight. Those who have no hair, those who have no hair are above, and those who have are down on the bottom row here. So let's start with the upper left-hand corner. Bob, tell everybody a little bit about yourself and introduce yourself, if you would.
Well, good evening, everyone. It's good to be with everyone on the panel and with your audience tonight. And a shout out to Karen behind the scenes and all your great mods, Chris and Karen. My name's Bob Gilliam. I am a retired police officer. I spent 36 years active duty. Many of those years working detectives, and some of those detective years as a homicide investigator and detective. So later on in my career, I had the good fortune to supervise and command a couple of different detective units.
Awesome. Thank you for being here tonight, Bobby. Danny Ahrens, tell everybody who you are and what you're all about, my friend.
Sure, Chris, my fellow partner in crime many years ago. Thank you for inviting me on tonight. Dan Ahrens, I am retired also law enforcement. I work with both of these guys right here, Bob and John and Chris. back in the early 80s and into the 90s. I have a background in homicide investigation, 15 years, city of Oceanside, California, and then another 20 years with the San Diego County District Attorney's Office as a homicide investigator with them. And then I kind of specialized in the last few years with the DA's office in cold cases. So worked quite a few cold case investigations going back sometimes to the 1950s and 60s in concert with the San Diego Sheriff's Cold Case Homicide Unit. And I'm pleased to be here. And also a shout out to Rory McIlroy winning his second Masters in a row. So if there's anyone from Northern Ireland out there today, congrats to all you guys.
That's awesome. That's awesome. As you appreciate you being here, Danny. It means a lot to all of us. You look great too. And then in the upper right-hand corner with the glasses is our dear friend, John. Tell everybody who you are, Johnny.
Hi, everybody. My name is John Lamb, and greetings from the Shenandoah Valley, where it is now officially spring, and the pollen is so thick it is like breathing vegetable soup. Over 3 decades in law enforcement, was a CSI, a homicide detective, detective sergeant, hostage negotiator, and also ran, for the final years of my career, ran an evidence room here in Virginia. I'm also an author, and it's a delight to be here, Chris, as always.
And you have 9 books, and he's very humble. He has 9 books, and his links are going to be below in the description. So make sure you jump on those, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And
That'll be out probably next month.
Yep. Your latest book is called Bring Out Your Dead. And that's coming. So this is going to be a great read for those of you who have been following John. Awesome. Great to have you here, Johnny. And then over in the left-hand corner is our dear friend from Chi-Town, the Windy City, homicide extraordinaire, Dan Stover. But Dan, tell everybody who you are and about your new channel. Oh, you're muted. You're muted. Hang on for a minute while he's unmuting. Whoops. You're muted there. Let me see if I can unmute you from this side.
He's got something helping him there.
That's all right. No problem.
He's definitely got the coolest background with the.
Try that, Dan. No. Okay. So while you're figuring out your sound, so go into the little gear and make sure your microphone is synced up with that gear. Okay. So while you're doing that, I will let you work on that for a second. Gary, tell everybody a little bit about Dr. Gary Brucato. Tell everybody a little bit about what you got going on.
So I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, a book author, researcher on violent crime. I had been the assistant director of the COPE clinic, which is the early psychosis clinic at Columbia Medical Center for a number of years, where I did quite a lot of research on violence and how serious mental illness, psychosis especially, evolves. And I co-created the Columbia Mass Murder Database while I was there, which is considered the largest and most definitive study of mass murder ever done. I've done, now I'm in private practice, clinical and forensic practice, and I'm a visiting scholar at Boston College, where I do research with Dr. Ann Burgess on serial killings, sex offenses, a lot of other things. I've written a number of books, over 100 book chapters and articles on serious mental illness and violence. Most notably, I think the New Evil, Understanding the Emergence of Modern Violent Crime. And I do quite a lot of television, quite a lot of documentaries and regular TV appearances. So,
and his book will also be available in the link. Danny, are you back over there?
You hear me?
Yeah. All right. So Dan,
hey, you are. I love your background. You've got such a cool thing going with the articles.
He's got a great voice. He's got a radio voice too.
Is that red yarn?
Like radio face.
And a radio face. So tell
Hey,
everybody about your channel and about your background.
yeah, sure. First of all, great to be with you guys again. I really enjoy doing this. It's a great time. My name's Dan Stover. I was with Chicago Police Department, 33 years total. 22 of those I spent in homicide on the city of Chicago's far south side. I worked cold case during that 22 years for a number of years. My last 4 before I retired, I was part of a special unit that handled nothing but police involved shootings citywide. And I'm glad to have retired, and I'm glad that I'm here with you guys.
And you have a new YouTube channel.
Well, it's the same. My YouTube is at Big City Dan. And in the near future, very near future, I will be having my partner of 22 years. He'll be part of my show, as well as my dear friend who was a homicide detective. He was then promoted to sergeant. He was my sergeant. He was then promoted to lieutenant, my lieutenant. And then we went together to that special unit for police involved shootings. And there he made commander. So a lot of expertise between the three of us. We've seen just about everything on that south side of Chicago.
I can only imagine. Talk about a combat zone. So, well, as you can tell, folks out there, we have assembled, quite frankly, well over 100 years worth of collective experience with this particular panel here. So we had an idea. Dr. Brucato and I were talking. Gary came up with a thought, and so we're gonna tell you what that is tonight and kind of give you a layout of the agenda. But just to remind everybody why we're here and what we're going to talk about is, this is all about Nancy Guthrie. And what we want to do is collectively put together our experience levels. And well, Gary, explain a little bit about what your initial idea was and how we can expand on it.
Well, the thing is that people who are homicide detectives or forensic psychologists or specialists like we are, you develop, well, I think you actually start out with naturally, and then you hone a very particular way of thinking about a case. And there are a number of steps that we go through and things that we pay attention to when we hear about a case, the way we filter information is different, I think, than an unexperienced person or a person who doesn't work in that field or a person in the general population would do. And what we were talking about is that, you could take any case, but in particular, might be interesting for the public to do with the Guthrie case, is really to sort of discuss how to think like a person who is on the professional side of this stuff, who really is trying to help law enforcement solve a case. And the reality is that it isn't as simple as it seems from the outside. And I think what often happens is that people underestimate the way that we have to think a lot like scientists who are taking in data, shaping a hypothesis, altering it, making sure that we don't leap to silly conclusions, thinking in terms of probabilities and what is the most likely explanation for something based on our experience and the rarity of something in the annals of crime, and then also how to secure a scene appropriately, not to turn it into a public debacle, all of that. And so what we thought would be fun is sort of like a master class in just how to think like a crime professional. And it'll be fun for each of us because we'll all learn from each other too. But what gave me the idea is that I started, is that I got a couple of times I've been getting messages from people saying, I want to know what's going through your mind when you talk about a case because you tend to think outside of the box about it. So lay out your thought process. And people were proposing it in terms of writing a book about it. But I thought it'd be fun if we all did that here. And so what do you guys think of the idea? Fun?
Yeah, let's do it.
Love it.
Absolutely.
Inner workings of our
And you know what's interesting? One of the first things to point out to the audience is everyone on this panel, if you just didn't notice, are active listeners.
Oh, yes.
Okay. We took in everything that Gary just said. And that is like, a qualification of, personality. So Dr. Brucato, I want to ask you, what do law enforcement agencies, because you've done a lot of screening of different personality types, what type of personality makes a good homicide investigator?
Now, this is a tricky question.
I
Because
know.
you mean
The
the good ones who are attracted to it, or the disturbed personalities that are drawn to it for the wrong reason, because that happens too.
We're talking about coppers here. So
okay, you mean the people that really should be doing it. Well, it's an interesting thing. I think that, first of all, there are unfortunately a lot of people who wind up in these professions that don't have a natural inclination for it, which is a problem, I think, particularly if you're faced with a case that is very unusual and you need someone who has a set of critical thinking skills. Because I think we would all agree that in the Guthrie case, there are a lot of moments on the road where all of us were cringing that people should have gone a different direction than they did. And that's just from, I know in our private conversations, from the experience you guys have, a lot of times you were going, what? Like, that's like 101. Like, you don't do that. So that's it. But anyway, to answer the question, I think the type of person who would be good at it, first of all, has a tendency to be extremely analytical, to be the kind of person who can understand common sense. That is a great rarity, right? So, for example, there's an old riddle that says, what could you sit on, sleep on, and brush your teeth with? Right? And the answer is a chair, a bed, and a toothbrush. Right? In other words, the answer is as plain as the nose on your face, but you think in too complicated of a way about it. Or another example of it that I always like is, because everybody knows I love the Sherlock Holmes stories, is the famous scene where Sherlock gets annoyed that Watson has been living with him on Baker Street for years and can't say how many steps there are in front of the building. He's gone up and down the steps hundreds and thousands of times, but can't count them. And so he says, you see, but you don't observe, right? So I think a naturally observant person, the kind of person who would pay attention to minutia, but also screen out things that feel salient, but are not important. Because that's another problem, is the judgment issue of noticing something and it seems interesting, but it's a red herring. So good judgment. Another thing I find to be a great predictor of being good at it is having a natural imagination and intuition, because you have to be able to imagine yourself into the scene and say, if I were this offender looking in this room, I'm imagining the whole thing around me. What would I do? You also have to imagine from the perspective of that person's intelligence or that person's mental health, if you have any clue to it. Or does this seem like something a disorganized person did or an organized person? So I think imagination, intuition, analytical skills that are very unusual, and then also having good judgment about. And I think also, finally, having real empathy that allows you to get information out of people without judging them and kind of making them feel comfortable is a great skill. And I think a lot of people that I have experienced who are in the business are not very good interviewers. They're not very good at getting, I see that in physicians and psychologists also sometimes, is they don't know how to engage people and then to pay very careful attention to the little minute things that they say and catch contradictions and entrap them, or to pick up on who's telling the truth based on the affect and things like that. Chris, you happen to be a very good interviewer. Because I've seen video footage of you that's available, you know what I mean? And you've got a natural gift for that, I think. Have you guys ever seen Chris interview someone?
I have not.
Yeah, I've been in the room with Chris when he was interviewing people.
Oh, there you go. Isn't he terrific at it?
Yeah, he's very good. He had a great teacher.
and a great teacher. But it's a real gift.
Yeah.
He makes people comfortable.
There's my teacher. He's in the middle. There he is.
Oh, are you? There you go.
I said, Danny broke my teeth, for lack of a better term, in terms of he let me run, and he taught me so much. And to your point, and I learned from another really interesting guy real fast, 30 seconds to your point, and then we're going to jump into Nancy here.
Yeah.
So I was at a CHIA conference after like my very first year in crimes of violence, and Danny was assigned to basically either fix me or let me run, okay, and give me my wings. And I was at this CHIA conference, and over in the corner was an old timer from LAPD. His name was Jigsaw John. And I thought, okay, I'm going to get the courage to go. And this guy spent, in his career, he spent over 43 years in the homicide division in Los Angeles. Now think about that, for the audience. What are you going to do? What are you going to tell this guy? And here's this kid, because I was young, okay, at least younger than these guys here. I'm teasing, but I was young at the job. I knew that I needed to learn and pay attention, and so I got the courage up because nobody was sitting near him to go over and sit down. And that would be like a young guy today coming and sitting next to any one of these guys on the panel here, literally. Okay. Long story short, I sit next to him. And I introduced myself. I said, hey, Jigsaw, you don't know me, blah, blah, blah. I'm just getting in this game, blah, blah, blah. I said, can I ask you a question, please? And he looks over at me, and it was kind of like this look of, yeah, go ahead, kid. What do you want? And I said to him, I said, sir, may I ask you what your secret is? Right. And I thought he was just going to, start giving me all this. Yeah, do this, do this. Instead, he turned to me and he says, well, let me ask you a question. And I was like, oh, crap, here it comes, right? And this was his question. Are you teachable? And man, oh man, talk about the weight of, check your ego at the door. You've got a guy 43 years in homicide looking at you, and you're like, hey, I'm just getting in this game. And the first question this guy wants to know is if I'm teachable. And I kind of hesitated, and he caught that. And he says, you hesitated with the answer. He says, I'm going to ask you again. Are you teachable? I said, yes, sir, I am. And I respectively said it just like that. I said, yes, sir, I am. He says, okay. And he spent like 25, 30 minutes with me. And he gave me some ideas that I took into my career, and, that changed my life, and it changed how I looked at families and victims, and how, our role went from, hey, look at me to look at them. And I think that's what everybody on this panel tonight is going to bring to the table. So we're here for Nancy. So I want to start off with the two Dans, because in Chicago, when you guys get called out, I think that it would be interesting to hear how the audience, will respond to how you guys actually get the call. And then secondarily, with Danny Ahrens, John, and Bob up there, how, in California, how we get the call and what each of the teams do potentially in the different arenas. Does that make sense? Am I making sense there?
Yeah.
So, Danny Stover, let's start off in Chicago. You guys got the call, and patrol tells you, hey, 84-year-old woman, Nancy Guthrie, the doors propped open, blood on the porch, looks like a disturbance inside of the house. Okay. You're there on scene. Sheriff Nanos has called you out. What do you got?
Sheriff Nanos, huh? Well, immediately, as soon as I'm we pull up, my partner and I, we would say we get the call from the sergeant, says, hey, head to whatever the location is, you guys got one. As soon as we pull up, as soon as I get out of the car, I'm immediately looking at the scene from the time I step out of the car. Even if the yellow tape is a ways down, I'm looking at everything as I'm approaching. Flashlight if it's dark, obviously. And even though the first responders, the uniform guys, are there well ahead of me, I'm still looking at the whole scene as I'm approaching. Then I'll get to the officer, the first officer I'll speak with, or supervisor. So, okay, what do you have? And let them talk to me about it. And there would be times where I'd say, hey, let's move this tape. There's something I see over here that was missed. Not trying to make myself out like I'm some kind of investigating genius, but sometimes guys would miss stuff, and I would want that as part of the scene. And then I would enter the scene, and as I'm entering, I'm constantly already thinking about down the road with court from the get-go. And I know I could speak for my partner, Tim Murphy, because we thought the same way. It's immediately, how is this going to fit in if we have an offender in custody somewhere down the road, and how are we going to have a successful prosecution? That is exactly how I'm going to approach. I'm going to go in, I'm going to enter, going to try to keep that scene minimized. Not too many people in, not too many people out. I'm going to make sure, and I don't care if they're a boss, if it was Nanos or the superintendent, if they're going to come into my scene, I'm going to have them logged. I'm going to have either a detective that's assisting me or a uniformed police officer that, hey, so-and-so, what's your name, what's your star, and what's your business here? Because I would often see it at a lot of times, in especially in the heater cases, as we called them in Chicago, a lot of times we would have bosses that would show up and want to walk through the scene and look at it for what? What are you looking at? You want to see the dead body? Is that what you're here to see? I mean, unless you have business in my scene, get lost. You don't need to be in here. We need to minimize it. And why? We're doing that because of down the road, so we don't have contaminated scenes, minimize the amount of people. And then from that point there, then I want to start talking to people. And like what Dr. Gary was talking about earlier, about, what do you do with as I kind of lost my train of thought there. Dr. Gary was talking about how, help me out, Gary. What was it you were talking about? What do you do? So to me, the huge part of an investigation is being able to talk to people and common sense. And I'm fitting all of that in as we're starting to investigate this scene. That's preliminary how I would
outstanding. Ahrens, what do you, and John and Bobby, what do you guys think?
Well, first of all, thanks, Chris, for having me on. This is, if we're going to go under the assumption of we're talking about specifically the Guthrie case, you're already getting there and arriving there with the knowledge that you have a no body case. You don't have a victim. You've already been told the victim is not home. There's indications that the crime scene of blood, a door possibly forced open, lights on or off. So you're going in there with the mindset of, okay, first of all, where is this person? Why aren't they here? Why is there blood there? So you have to approach the scene differently because you don't have a body and you don't have evidence around a body like most of the homicides that we have investigated over the years. So the first thing I'm doing is, before you even enter the crime scene tape, is you're going to talk to the on-scene patrol sergeant, gather as much information you can from from what he knows before I even go in with the team that's with me, and try and piece together some kind of outline in your mind of what may have happened to her. But at the same time, you're also using your own visual instincts as you cross that yellow tape and you're going into the scene. You're being very cognizant of potential evidence you might trample or miss, like Dan Stover said. It's not just the things that are there. You're also looking for things that aren't there, that are out of place, that don't make sense. You have to identify who the potential witnesses are. Where was this? You got to work backwards in time from where the victim was last seen alive, and then kind of work from there. So this is a unique case because there is no body when the initial investigative team gets there. Because as my understanding, it was all a missing persons case for a number of hours. I'm not sure what the timeline was where she was considered just missing. And it wasn't until the information about the blood on the front doorstep became available that, okay, this is something more than just a person who's walked away, an elderly woman who's walked away, had medical issues, maybe medicine issues as well. There's a little bit more to this. So now everything gets amped up, and you start bringing in other resources. And that's what the sergeant of your team is there for, is to make those resources available to you so you can focus as the lead detective or detectives on just the crime scene initially until you have some semblance of an idea of what may have happened. This is one of those tough cases where there's apparently very little physical evidence that we know of. And of course, we're working from hindsight because we don't have access to the murder books. We don't have access to the interviews with witnesses. We don't have access to the crime scene photos inside the house. We're only, speculating like you guys have been doing in past episodes. And it's tough for us to speculate accurately without having that inside information about, what the actual homicide team or investigative team in Pima County knows that we don't know, and that they've kept close to the vest because for the integrity and security of the case, we as detectives can't release a lot of information to the public because that would then ultimately, hinder any prosecution down the road. And it looks like this case is rapidly turning into a cold case because the leads have stopped coming in. We don't know what's going on with any DNA evaluations right now. I don't know how much DNA samples that have been collected that are currently being worked on, but these days DNA goes a lot quicker than they did back in the 80s and late 80s and 90s when it first became a thing. We had sometimes have to wait up to 10 or 11 months to get a DNA result back. So, there's a lot of speculation, and I think I can stop right there, but that's my take on arriving at a scene such as this one, as opposed to a body scene where you actually have a body and then you work from the body out, and vice versa with your team members. So this is a very unique case, a whodunit case with no body, and these are extremely tough to investigate, especially after 2 months now. She's been missing. They've got their hands full, and they've got a long road ahead still.
Yep, a great insight, John, Bob. Anything you guys want to dovetail into our first open up here?
Do you want to go first, Bob?
Sure. Yes. As I said before, beauty before age. So thank you, John. I appreciate that.
You are pretty.
The thing. Actually, I agree with both Dans on everything that they have said at the detective level. But let me approach this from a supervisory level. So if I'm called out to this, if I'm the sergeant and you guys are a couple of detectives working with me, I'm going to make sure that you have absolutely everything that you need, regardless of what that is. And if I can get it, I will make it happen. From a command level, and what I mean for the audience, what I mean by that is from the lieutenant rank on up. And I guess we can say, in this case, Nanos, because we know he responded to the scene. But I also have to believe that there was at least a captain or even a chief. Remember, that agency has, I believe, 7 chiefs underneath Sheriff Nanos. I'm probably going to respond to that. And as a chief, or in my former position as an undersheriff, I'm going to make sure that my sergeant has everything that he needs. I'm going to make sure that the detectives have everything they need. I'm going to make sure that either uh, I call out a PIO, and a lot has been said. We've all said a lot about the PIO work in this case. I'm going to make sure that I have a PIO coming out to this, because this is obviously going to be a high profile case. And so I'm going to put all those things in place. One thing that was always a pet peeve of mine at any scene, whether I'm a detective, a sergeant, or any position above, is too narrow of a perimeter. And I always like to expand the perimeter out a little bit. And so in this case, I would be pushing, and I know some of the media heads are going to have a conniption fit over this, but I'm going to push them back. They're not going to be in the front of the house. I'm pushing them away. I'm putting some uniforms in the back. I'm putting not only tape up, but I'm putting uniforms in the back of the house to make sure nobody can come up and start photographing over the wall or approach the residence in any way. So I'm going to expand this crime scene. And then once again, I'm going to make sure I have a good PIO in place. And I'm going to make sure that, again, my sergeant, my lieutenant, whatever, and especially the detectives have everything that they need. And when the crime scene evidence people get there, same thing goes with them. The whole team, whatever the sergeant and the detectives need, I'm going to do everything I can to get that for them. Because if you can't listen to, and I don't mean this in a demeaning way, this is actually a military phrase from a Delta Force commander by the name of Pete Blabber, that always says, always listen to the guys and gals on the ground. Okay. And the guys and gals on the ground in this case are the detectives and the sergeant, the first line supervisor. So if you can't listen to them and give them what they need, you're really missing the boat. And I think that's where the leadership in the Pima County Sheriff's Office in this particular case failed miserably. So,
Okay.
And even if I can jump on that,
Okay.
I mean, even before that, from what I'm hearing, the sheriff there they've had a mass exodus of experience, which is horrible. This poor guy, whoever it is that's handling, I'm hearing he's never handled a murder. Not his fault. That's Nanos' fault. I mean, you've got everybody leaving the job, and now you get a heater case like this. Oh my God.
yeah.
Terrible.
And just, yeah, I totally agree, Dan. And just one more point. I'm not in the camp, and I've said this on the show before. I'm not in the camp where I'm poking holes at everything that the uniforms did when they got there, because number one, we don't know exactly what they did. Number two, I got to think that there was some experienced patrol deputies there, probably a patrol sergeant. And I'll go back again to the Pete Blabber quote, and that's always listen to the guys on the ground. How many times as detectives did we go to the uniforms working a particular area and want to know what's going on in this neighborhood or at that house or over here or over there? Dan Stover, I know you did that a million times in Chicago.
Oh,
The
heck
street
yeah.
cops know what's going on. And it's the same thing, in my opinion, in a homicide investigation. You get a hold of the street cops, the cops that are working that area, and I'm talking about the uniforms. I don't care how much experience they have. I don't care how many years they have on the street. You go to them, you find out what's going on if you need to know what's going on in that particular neighborhood. And this case is no different, in my opinion. So,
yeah, like in Chicago, we had what we call beats and sectors. And I'll tell you what, nothing better than a good beat copper that
exactly.
knew everybody on their beat. Any trouble, if you got a shooting, that person's going to know, okay, that's probably going to come from over here. Just huge amount of knowledge.
Regardless of the jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Sorry to jump in there, Dan.
No.
Regardless of the jurisdiction, I think most cops throughout the country would agree that, and most detectives, that you go to the beat cops because they really know what's going on. And that's where a lot of command level administrators, sheriffs, under sheriffs, captains, and so forth, the ones that are behind the desk, that's where many of them, not all, but many of them really miss the boat, is they don't go out and talk to the street cops and find out what's going on out there to stay current.
Great insight. John, what say you?
Well, I'm not going to revisit what everybody else has said about approaching the scene. What I would say is that certainly the way I approached a homicide scene was to resist the urge to do something. We are, as cops, part of our mindset is see the hill, take the hill. I'm going to go someplace and I'm going to do something. When what I attempted to focus on was get to the scene, put my hands in my pockets, and absorb the scene. What am I seeing? What am I not seeing? What am I smelling? Aromas have given away crimes. Is there symmetry disturbed? Very often, particularly with young investigators who feel they're under the gun to win their spurs, they feel like they need to charge forward and solve the case when you really need to just sit back and absorb it almost through a form of mental osmosis. Slow the process down so that you understand intrinsically what has happened, what you see, and then you don't attempt to fit it into your preconceived notions, because the scene will begin to tell you a tale. The problem we have is that we're all speculating on what was inside that house. But I wonder, since we all are in agreement that this was basically a rookie investigator who had this case thrown in his lap, was probably under the gun to make something happen. So who knows what was missed? Who knows how the scene was compromised? And the reality is once the scene's compromised, you only get to walk in for the first time once. It may never be recoverable. So those are my thoughts.
That's a fascinating insight, because that's every one of you, just listening, basically said the exact same thing. You said it differently, but it was the exact same thing. And so, some of the points that you pointed out is you only get one shot when you originally get there. Like Danny talked about, getting your light out, looking down, maybe pushing the scene back. John said, there's odors, there's things, your first impulse is to try to, maybe want to do something. But what he's saying is take your time, slow down. And as Bob is saying, from the administration side, is everybody has a role and you must stay within your lane. If you don't understand what your role is, then you go to somebody more experienced than you and you say, what do you want me to do? You just don't arbitrarily do it. Okay? Because that's how you get in trouble, is what John is pointing out. And what Danny Ahrens is saying in the middle is, look, if you don't have information, then you can't make logical decisions until you get that type of information coming back to you. And so, when you always hope, and the supervisor on scene, I have found out the homicide sergeant, he had not worked a major caper like this ever. And his detective is a very junior detective that didn't even want to be involved as a detective. He was assigned into the bureau because they thought, he needed some growth. Okay. So we can't, as we're all thinking, through this, common sense tells us, okay, well, that's probably why the administrators were making many more decisions than the ground troops that Bob was talking about here. Okay. So how can this, if we're now thinking about this on, okay, well, so what does this mean? Dr. Gary, any thoughts before I go to the next slide here, or anybody else before we keep moving the conversation forward?
Well, the level at which I'd be commenting is where somebody like me would come in. It has more to do with looking at the scene and trying to determine characteristics of the offender, victimology, etc. So I feel like we're probably a little premature for me to chime in.
We're going to get there, and
we're at a procedural level, and already but you see already what's interesting is, and I bet if we went around, everybody would have an answer. You already see some things that were done in a questionable way. For example, Chris, based on everything you just said, everybody here would probably have been pretty surprised by, for example, not taking the mat in front of the front door, which you've mentioned a few times. Well, doesn't that fall under one of these kind of step one, first thing you would do kind of points? And then it raises the question, well, what logic is there behind not taking it? And that's one of the things that I was curious, that I was listening to all of you, is when you're dealing with this stuff, are you erring on the side of caution, or are you trying not to waste time and resources by being too meticulous? In other words, is it like, would it have been better to take the mat and find out there was nothing on it?
Well,
Everybody jump in.
Yeah, one of the first rules on Homicide 101 that you learn is, when in doubt, take it.
Oh, it seems to me, but
yeah.
Well, I'd have taken the door, Gary. I'd have taken the security door that day, because we knew the suspect. We had to presume the suspect would have been in proximity to it. I'd have taken the door. I'd have taken anything that I felt might have had evidentiary value.
Well, and all this goes back to leadership at the scene. And again, we don't know. We know a little bit about the detective, or I don't know if that's plural, but the one detective we've heard rumor that he or she did not have a lot of experience. Okay, so now what about the sergeant, and what about on up the chain of command? That's where leadership has to really step in. If you know you have some inexperienced detectives, you make sure that that they have good people to learn from, and again, you make sure that they have everything that they need. And you also should have known, if you didn't, you should have known as a supervisor or a command officer, that releasing that scene too soon was a huge mistake, and you step in and you correct that. Same thing with the evidence. The mat, the doormat, as John said, the door, the front door, the bracket for the Nest camera, and so on and so forth. And I've said this earlier, and at some point you're going to release the scene, but I'll tell you what, I'm sure as hell not going to leave that blood out on the front porch once I do release the scene back to the family. I'm not leaving that there for the media to come up and start photographing it. And I'm not blaming Brian Enton. He's doing his job, or any of these other media people. They're doing their job. If I were in his shoes, I would have done the same thing. But you just don't leave it there for people to make hay out of it. And they've done that. And it's created a lot of controversy in this case, and a lot of speculation, unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we're going to play the bouncing ball. I'm going to pretend I'm the first deputy on the scene, and you guys are showing up, and I'm going to give you just a 30,000 foot level debrief on what I know, basically getting there. Okay. So I talked to the family. They're right over there. Okay, here's what we got. We got a back door propped open. Okay, we've got blood on the front porch. It looks like the interior of the house is disheveled. Mom, who's 84 years old, was supposed to show up this morning for a church service, which is streamed online with her girlfriend. She's been doing it forever. Okay. She just vanished. She never showed up. Approximately around 11, they get a phone call, the family, and they shoot over here looking for mom. Said they, ran around looking for her, and then they called 911. Now, the interesting part about what's going on here is they were also last night together. They ordered an Uber. I'm not sure, who did that yet, if it was mother or if it was the family, but we have an Uber driver out there somewhere that we need to, get hold of and nail that time frame down. And then approximately, later in the evening, after playing games, eating dinner, hanging out at the daughter's house, the family brought her back. And so they were the last person to see her alive. And they were the first people last night to see her alive outside of the Uber driver. But that's what we've got. And it looks like the blood trail may go out towards the front on the walkway out there. There you go. That's the scenario. What's the first thing comes to your mind you'd want to do?
Well, I'm a patrol officer, correct?
I'm the patrol officer.
You're the patrol officer and I'm the detective.
You're the detective.
Okay. Officer McDonough, have you done a thorough search of the home, the inside of the home? Have you looked everywhere?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're certain that Miss Guthrie is nowhere inside the home, correct?
Right. They're saying that, this is not a walk away either, but they're saying they searched the house as well and they started searching the general area.
Okay. And what do you think happened here? Do you think this is a walk away or do you think we have something else going on?
I think it's possible either way.
Okay. And so you think there could be foul play?
There could be, absolutely.
Okay. So
because of the blood. I saw the blood up on the front porch.
Okay. So let's secure the residence and then I'm going to start making assignments to separate the family that's there and start taking initial statements from them. We may be going downtown with them. I'm going to form my perimeter as I spoke about earlier and make sure that that is to a level that I'm comfortable with. And then I'm going to get a crime scene unit started because I do think that there's foul play here. There's definitely suspicious circumstances, and we have a missing 84-year-old at-risk woman that we need to find. So I'm going to treat this as a crime scene until I know otherwise. And I'm going to get the ball rolling in that direction.
Sir, do you want me to start a log?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. Or assign another patrol because I may have a lot of questions for you.
Okay. Anybody else? Danny?
After I get through talking to you, Deputy, where'd you say the family is? Oh, over there. Who is that we're talking about over there?
It's
who's the lady?
The daughter of the missing woman and the son-in-law. They're married.
Okay. And that's all. That's the only family that's here right now.
Right now, yeah. But the daughter told me this is Savannah Guthrie's mom, the famous lady from the Today Show.
Oh, okay. All right. She's not here right now, right?
No, my understanding is she's in New York.
Okay. Then I'm going to walk over to T and A, and I'm going to introduce myself that I'm the detective in charge of this investigation. I'd like for you guys to come down to the station with us. I'd like to do a proper interview with you, if you don't mind.
Well, can we stay here? Can I call my sister?
You know what? We can do all that in a station, but right now, this isn't the place for us to do this interview. So we'll escort you to the station, and then it shouldn't take a whole lot of your time, but I definitely want to talk to you in private. And then I'm going to walk back to the deputy or talk to my sergeant and say, okay, I want transportation arranged for both of them separately, and I want them placed in separate rooms. This is the last guy who sees Miss Guthrie alive, the son-in-law. I want an in-depth interview with him. I'm not saying interrogation at that point, but a good interview, a good, solid interview. And I want to document it well. And then send them off to the station, and then the investigation will continue from there.
In the interview, because you can anticipate that they're going to say, why are you separating us? Why are you, why can't I be with my wife? Why can't? And the reason is, of course, that you tell them, well, you each remember things differently. And we need to interview you separately, not because we're attempting to catch you out, which if that happens, we're certainly not going to discard that information. But different people will censor themselves, they'll edit themselves because they don't want, particularly a married couple, they don't want to be in conflict with each other. We don't know whether this is a sticking point between the couple. You want them separated. And when you turn the tape recorder on and they say, well, why are you recording me? Well, the reason why is that I'm trying to get the information from you, and I don't want to interrupt it by going into detail that might eliminate your chain of thought with your memories. We can always go back and listen to the recording and work from there, because there is and we've seen this where you have family members that don't want to be separated. Privately, I'm not going to say this to their face, but privately, I don't care if you want to be separated. You are going to be separated because we're talking about a potential investigation into somebody whose life is at risk. And I'm not super concerned with your sensibilities beyond my the capability of getting you to cooperate.
Okay. And so question for the panel, does status matter?
Status as far as like marital status, or?
Yeah.
It's going to tell us it's potentially a high profile case, but in terms of what rings true and what rings false with the information, no, of course it doesn't matter, and it shouldn't ever.
Okay.
No, and I agree with all the panelists. They all nailed it. Initially, what I would want to do is identify who that last person was that saw her alive. Put that person in a room separately, quietly, and just pick their brain about, what was, as you drove this woman home, is this the Uber driver or is this the son-in-law? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
I think, okay.
Which has changed, by the way. At first, it was both.
Yeah,
and then it changed to the brother-in-law only.
Okay, you get that brother-in-law alone, sequestered from everybody else, and you find out exactly what was the conversation you had with her. Did you happen to see anybody in your rear view mirrors or side view mirrors that might have been following you? Did you notice anything funny as you were driving back? Now, all of those questions may have been asked. We just don't know because we're not privy to the inside of the investigation. But I mean, it's just pretty routine stuff that we all would do that makes sense to try and find out what the mind frame of the woman, of Mrs. Guthrie, was, and the mind frame of the guy that was driving her home, and what did he see on the way, and also when he left, did he see anything? You want to get as technical as you can, and like John said, everything should be on videotape so that it can be subject to scrutiny later on by maybe a jury or a forensic psychologists such as Dr. Gary, because there's a lot of tells that they look for, and a lot of insights they see when you're interviewing somebody under pressure. And like Danny said, it's not necessarily an interrogation, but you are interviewing. You're trying to get facts. Interrogation is when you've already made it known that the person is a person of interest, and I'm trying to get stuff out of you, evidentiary wise. But in the interview process, it's early in the investigation. You've got to really nail every bit of information out of the guy that last saw her alive. That's where you start.
Okay.
Little details in that initial interview could come into play to be huge somewhere down the road. Little details.
Break that down a little deeper, Danny. What do you mean for the audience?
What's that?
No, about why little details are
just little details. I think it was Dan was talking about when you're coming, or it might have been Bob that was talking about the ride along the way, in which I want to ask questions. What were you talking about? What was the conversation? Did you talk at all? When you got her to the house, did you give her a hug? Did you walk her in, or did you just sit there and let her go in on her own?
What route did you take from your house back to hers?
Yes, exactly. Little things that could come up to be huge somewhere down that road. Let's say this whole talk we've talked about before, the GPS of the car, like what Bob just brought up. What route did you take? Is it going to match that GPS? You know what I mean? There's just a lot that first interview is so critical.
Yeah. What surveillance cameras are posted along the route, businesses or residences? So that could be helpful. And
so we're now at so let's take a look at the scene. Let me show you guys. I'm again Officer Friendless. Okay, so I'm going to remember for the audience there, Officer Friendly. I'm Officer Friendless tonight. So following the bouncing ball, we're going to walk you guys. First of all, let's tell the audience, who would I be taking for an initial scene walk, and what question would you ask me, the deputy, before we even enter into the house or around the property? What anything jumps at you? Right? Has it been established? Do we have a point in, a way in and a way out? Have we established that? What you talked about earlier, Dan. Okay. So a good deputy, and I'm just talking as a deputy, a good deputy or a good police officer, a new police officer should say, "Detective, we got one way in, one way out. Let me show you what I've got." Okay. And if it's a nighttime scene, the first thing you tell them is get your light, look down, and make sure we know exactly where you're walking and stepping, so we're not destroying evidence, footprints, whatever. Okay. The list goes on. So I get you to the front door, first impressions, blood, etc. We've had a couple of weeks to think about this. First impressions.
First of all, nobody else walk in here, because I want that Mac recovered. I want, like John said, we're going to take the door. The forensic people aren't going to like that, but we're going to cut that door off for possible evidentiary value. And I'm going to stand back and kind of what John was talking about. I'm going to take it all in, and I'm going to look, and I don't want to go in and contaminate any possible evidence. And there's really no need at that point for anyone to go that way, in my opinion. So now let's go around to the back.
Anybody else?
I want to know if the lights were on. I want to know if the light bulbs are operative. I want to know the level of illumination. And I would, as Dan said, I would I would be sealing that off, because we don't know that there aren't latent footwear impressions on those tiles
Absolutely.
that might be visible via an alternate light source if they've been either been wet or even in some sort of biological substance. So they needed to close that off. The other thing I'd add is, with the scene, they had the house yellow taped off. I would have easily expanded that to a half block, maybe more. We just don't know how big the crime scene is. You never know.
Okay. Anybody else want to dovetail? Danny?
Focusing in on the blood. Once I learned there was blood spatter apparently in the front entryway, absolutely minimize who is going to go in to that scene. And whoever does, it's got to be, you got to tread extremely carefully, but you've got to get in there to get a look at it to see what kind of spatter it is. Is it cast off spatter from a weapon? Is it a bloody nose? Is there directional indications of which way the blood drops are spattering? Because we all have dealt with blood scene or blood spatter experts, and they can tell you the direction a victim is being moved just by looking at the blood stains on the ground. And one of your earlier shows, Chris, you showed a close-up overhead photo of the blood drops, and to me, they were 90-degree drops going straight down.
Yeah,
there were no tails on them, which would indicate a travel or a direction per se. And then also, when you look really carefully in between all of the obvious blood droplets, you see a lot of hundreds and hundreds of little fine little dots of blood. Now, some of that is just from the splashing of the blood of the original drops, but some of it could indicate aspiration, or somebody that's sneezing up blood or spitting up blood at the same time they're dropping the blood from whatever the source is, whether it's a human being or whether it's a weapon that's dripping blood or article of clothing that's dripping blood. We just don't know until you actually get a look at it, but it's imperative to keep as few people as possible from going into that walkway. And John made that observation earlier that you just can't contaminate a scene like that, because it really ruins the integrity of the investigation. It opens up the door for the defense attorneys down the road to question everything that you did as investigators. As hard as you are working on the case, we saw it in the OJ case and at trial, where the defense's whole focus was on the DNA and how it was disturbed, and too many people had access, and people were trampling around the different areas of interest. And it just opens the door for the defense attorney. And that's where some of my, 20 years of my career was spent as a homicide investigator with a prosecutor office, San Diego County Prosecutor's Office. And I know how they think. I know how the prosecutors and the DAs think. They think like defense attorneys. Their whole job as a prosecutor is to also think like a defense attorney, so that they can be prepared in court someday down the line to explain away evidence, or explain away mishaps, or explain away anomalies in little pieces of evidence. And it's crucially and critically important in those first hours that you're there with your team to keep as few people out of that scene as possible. And again, we're Monday morning quarterbacking what they did. I don't know all the measures they took, because we just don't know. But I'd like to think that they were cognizant of all those things, and maybe they were. I have to give them the benefit of the doubt.
And Chris, if I can add something.
Oh, Dan.
When I said I wouldn't go into that hallway there,
Yep.
What I would wait for is for that to be
Processed
by my forensic guy. That's what. There's no need for me or anyone else to go in to contaminate. Let them take their overall photographs, their close-up photographs, light it up, and proceed into that little area there, and they can do their swabs of the blood then for collection. They can just whatever remainder that you want done. But that was my point about not going in immediately.
Yeah, and wouldn't I think all of us wouldn't we say to the evidence folks, the CSIs, just say, hey, get me some photographs of this quickly. While you're doing your overalls, give me a couple of shots, and then today they can text them to you. But back in the day, right, you'd grab a couple of Polaroids.
Yep.
Your guys would hand them to you, right?
Yep.
And so you had it in your pocket, right? Remember, you would just stuff it in your jacket, and you had it with you all the time. If there was something that didn't look right, as we call it, we'd have it in there. One of the things that you pointed out, Bob Gilliam pointed out early when we did these, critiques of the crime scene here, was the fact that Nest camera device, whatever you want to call it, the mount, is still on the door. It was still on the door when this photograph was taken. And then I never caught until later the fact that there's a wreath on the left side of the door, hanging on the wall there, which, caught this anomaly of, well, wait a minute, this guy's, when he first shows up and looks to the left, and then he kind of walks around, and he can't figure out how to disengage this camera, and he walks back over and he picks up the weeds and stuff. And I thought, man, that something's not clicking here, and we all attributed it to, well, maybe, initially, which happens. And it's part of the critical thinking process for investigators, as well as those on the scene, is, okay, well, why? Why is that happening? Why is this person, reaching around, grabbing the things? Why couldn't he have just grabbed the wreath, et cetera, or et cetera? So, okay, are any other thoughts on the front of the house before I take you guys around the back? All right. Oh, by the way, I just want to show you this too. And this is to your point, both Dan's. Here's the blood that you were talking about. If
you look real carefully on the right big square with the heavy blood droplets that are straight down impact, 90-degree impact, you'll see mixed around in between all of those are hundreds of tiny little dots. And that could, blood spatter experts, I'm sure, have looked at this ad nauseum, trying to explain away why you also have that. So, I mean, it's the difference between a person actually bloodletting as they're being carried out, or it could be a weapon that's dripping blood. It takes a true blood spatter expert to be able to answer those questions.
Yeah, and if it's from the lungs or from the mouth or whatever, they will also test that for the audience with a swab to see if there's any saliva or anything like that within inside of that blood pattern that Danny's talking about after they photograph it. So, also one other thing is the weeds there. Obviously hindsight 50-50. But would you guys have collected the brush?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't belong there.
Yeah. It's an anomaly. It's a scene anomaly. So absolutely, you bag it up, dry it out, and have it analyzed by the lab. It should not be there, like Dan just said. It's not something that's supposed to be there. And you saw evidence of that on the camera when he was trying to use it. And I don't know exactly what reason he was doing that. Trying to block the camera. I never understood that.
And well, traces of that brush is going to be on the suspect's shoes and pants, and maybe even the jacket or other clothing. So it's critical you collect that.
Okay, yeah. And now when we go around the back of the house, there's supposed to be the doors propped open. We don't know for sure if we've heard it's flower pots, but we don't know. But there's a flower pot on the front porch. And if the suspect was bringing her out the front, hypothetically, what comes to your mind with that flower pot being on the front porch, if
Why
anything?
wasn't it taken? Anything on that front porch should have been seized as evidence. And if you've got pot, and we don't know that if indeed it was pots that were used to prop open the door
Right.
in the rear, we don't know that those weren't seized as evidence. But anything on that front porch should have been seized as evidence. Because we don't know what happened there, you have to safely presume that at some point the suspect came into contact with it, or that Ms. Guthrie came into contact with it. So it's another thing that we shouldn't see on the photograph, but there it is.
Okay. And thought mechanism or thought process from the panel about the lock mechanisms and the suspect coming or going. If he's taken her out through the front door, what's your thought about all the gloves and all the different
Well, why?
lock
Why, if the
mechanisms he
back
has
door is
to
propped
manipulate?
open, why are you going out the front door?
Okay.
And that's who knows, but it doesn't make any sense. But are you actually going to go through, and I have no idea of what the mechanism is on the interior of that security door. But it sounds to me, or it appears to me, that if you are attempting to either physically move a poorly ambulatory older woman or carrying her, do you actually want to select a route where you're going out that way? And then how do you do it?
Okay. There's evidence that she's bleeding, right? And that would lean into the idea of maybe there's blood interior on the door as well as exterior on the patio, right?
And that'd be safe presumption.
Okay.
Yes.
And now let's go to the back of the house. And it looks like, and I'm still officer friendless. When I got here, they were in the house, the family, the daughter and the son-in-law, and the back door was propped open.
Off the deputy, did you ask how these doors were propped open? Did the family do this, or is that how it was when they arrived?
Yeah, they told me that they were propped open when they got here, and they called 911. But, at this point, I haven't, gone into a deep dive with them yet about how that would have happened. So what's the panel's thought process? When you see this, you've seen blood on the front, and now you see a back door propped open.
Well, at that moment, until we have testing done on that blood, we don't know whose blood it is, right? This is the scene. We know we have blood or apparent blood, but we don't know whose blood it is, right?
Correct. And by the way, sir, this is the only other door in the back patio, and it's secured.
Okay.
It looks like this door here going into the kitchen could be the POI if this is either she walked out or a suspect walked in.
Gotcha. Do we have any evidence of blood anywhere in through here now, through this pathway?
Not that I've seen,
Not that
not that we know.
Okay.
And the family didn't mention it.
Okay. Well, now I'm going to take a look.
Okay. Anybody else? I think Bob went fishing. Okay, here's an overview of the area. What strikes you from a geographic concept?
Well, you've got a lot of dirt and gravel, so obviously you're looking for footprints, ingress, egress, different areas around the house. Did somebody walk around looking in each of the windows first, the back door? Could that have been propped open because that was the initial attempted point of entry? I don't know when this picture was taken, but obviously you're dealing with desert type conditions. So it's possible that you've got some good footprint evidence. It's hard to tell without actually being there. We're going simply off of photographs. So,
Okay.
Deputy Unfriendly have we arranged to do a grid search on the exterior?
Yes, we have. I've notified you guys, and you guys have notified, or somebody notified search and rescue.
Okay, well, I want, but see, to me, I want it done professionally, meticulously, by trained professionals, trained sworn law enforcement, to do an immediate grid search. Because honestly, at this point, like we've said before, we don't know what the inside looks like. So to me, I have seen medical emergencies during my career to where people do crazy stuff and bleed, and it looks like a darn homicide scene, and it was strictly something that went medically. And it can get somebody doing stuff that you couldn't even imagine. So my first thought is it possible that our 84-year-old stumbled out this door bleeding, panicking, and we need to search the immediate area, even a little bit beyond him? And I know that they say 50 feet, but in a medical emergency, I would want to take that a little bit farther out. And the side note in this case is I don't know if that was ever done.
Well, then how quickly was a witness canvass done of the surrounding homes? Perhaps, you would want to eliminate this, that she hadn't shown up at somebody's house and was, the residents were unaware that she was on a back porch. But the other thing you want to know just as quickly is our surrounding residents, did they notice anything strange? Better to do it at, contemporaneous to the event than do it later when, they would forget. There are nearby neighbors and they needed to be spoken with.
For sure.
Hey, Detective, also, the family said they called all the hospitals.
Call them again. You don't know?
Yeah, we'll make those calls.
Should I ask dispatch if we had any medical response out here?
Good idea, Deputy.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you want me to run the CAD too? Have them check the CAD?
Yeah, for previous responses, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're getting some teams. We don't know if if she did wander off, and
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. That's
okay.
all right.
I forgot I had my earbuds in. I'll be with you.
Yeah, they're coming in and out. So say your thought again before we lose it, because we're getting close to calling Dr. Brucato.
Okay. Yeah. So I was just going to say that I'd bring some teams in, some deputies in, if I think this is a crime. But I also think search and rescue folks could participate in this if you embed a deputy into each search and rescue team.
Good point.
So to do a yard-to-yard search, just
Why
to oversee.
Is that important? Why is that important for the audience?
Because if you discover some evidence, then you should have a sworn police officer or deputy there to safeguard that and preserve it, and to make sure that it's not disturbed in any way.
Okay.
So I think you could do that, especially in this area, because Pima County, as we know, they have a very competent and capable cadre of search and rescue volunteers that do have some experience in doing grid searches. So I wouldn't hesitate in calling them out.
Okay. All right. So I got to tell you guys, I've noticed a couple of weird things. I checked dispatch. They said they had no medical event here. And within last night, for sure, it's, almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon now. And, the family had said their initial impression was that mom may have had a medical event. And, they thought maybe the paramedics would have left the doors open. And that's how they found them. What do you want me to do with that? I love this. This is exactly what it's like right here. Because I know where you guys are, you're all going, what? What do you want me to do with it, guys?
So what you're saying, Deputy, is that they said the family thinks there could be something medically, and that the paramedics arrived and they were the ones that left the door propped open. Is that what you're saying to me?
Yeah, and I checked with dispatch and
No calls for service.
nothing.
You're just going to document what you did. You called. There's no calls for service.
The
Well,
only
and I
thing
think
would add to that is if there was, I would make a call to if there's a private ambulance service on the off chance, and I'm certain that there are in most areas. Get a call into a private ambulance service to ascertain if there was a call in the middle of the night that perhaps she wanted to go to a facility. So you would want to chase that down. But that wouldn't be something that you would be doing, Deputy. We will let dispatch assemble a list from CAD of possible facilities and let them call private ambulance services.
So this is where it's important to make sure that you have a good yard-to-yard search and go to the door of each home, especially in the immediate vicinity within, a block or two. We don't know that Nancy didn't stumble over to a neighbor's home, was able to knock on the door, ring the doorbell, and they have transported her to a hospital or a medical clinic or, emergent care type location that is not a hospital. So we've got to cover those bases as well. And we've all seen that happen in various cases. So,
which is why it's important to canvass immediately.
Absolutely. Totally agree.
I'll get on that and make that happen. So something happened to where the detectives felt that they needed to go over to the brother-in-law and the daughter's house. And also quickly, there was a car that was towed that night that belonged to the daughter-in-law, or excuse me, the daughter. And so I need to let you guys know that inside the garage, the Mrs. Guthrie, Nancy Guthrie's car, her Subaru, is in the garage. Do you think I should get the Honda, the last car she was in? Should we impound that?
Yes.
Absolutely. And impound her car.
Right. And it's not going anywhere. We've got the scene secured. We can take our time with that. I'm sending a deputy down to TNA's residence or wherever that vehicle is. In fact, I'm sending a deputy down to TNA's residence and secure that at this point. Just I'm not searching it. I'm just securing it. Nobody's going in and out until we know further. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, 2 Dans, weigh in.
Go ahead, Dan.
No, no, you first, Mr. Chicago.
I kind of struggle with the absolute need to tow Nancy's car. I guess I can understand it because at that point you have no idea, but I don't know. It's possible it could be processed right there. Now let me back up. Yeah, let's go ahead and take it, and here's why. We can always revisit it. So let's go ahead and tow it.
Okay. Detective Ahrens, what do you want me to do with the cars?
Are you saying that the initial car that was shown inside that garage, that was the son-in-law's vehicle?
No, that's the victim's, the 84-year-old missing victim.
Well, you had 2 garage photos. What was the other one?
That's the son-in-law's car, who
Right.
the last car she got out of.
Yeah, it leads me to believe they think there's some kind of a tie-in to her disappearance in that vehicle. What that is would be pure speculation from all of us. I just, we're at that disadvantage of not knowing the entire murder book in the investigation. So I could only speculate, or it's a tough one. It's a tough.
Okay, but I'm on the scene, and I'm telling you, she was dropped off in this Honda Civic. Do you want me to get it?
Whether to take it or not. Well, again, that goes back to that rule we talked about. If when in doubt, take it. You never know. It could produce some kind of evidence or information that is crucial to the case. What that may be in this case, I don't know.
It's the last place she was seen alive, if we can believe the witness statements.
Mm-hmm.
But to take it, are you saying it was taken that first night?
Yes. In
That
fact,
tells me they've got some kind of information
on the tow truck at night.
Yeah, if that was the first night, then they had some strong indication. I'm again speculating that ties her to that vehicle, and there's something in that vehicle they think that's very important, points towards her disappearance.
And again, and I know we've talked about this before, but that car was taken. TNA's car was taken pursuant to search warrant, correct?
That's our understanding. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was searched pursuant to a search warrant.
A search warrant signed by a judge.
A car was.
It's got to have probable cause, and there's got to be probable cause in that complaint for search warrant or the affidavit. There's got to be probable cause established for the judge to read it and sign off. Yep, Mr. Detective, go seize this vehicle and search it.
Now, I may need one correction. I'm sorry. And this happens too, by the way, for the public. Okay. Hey, I made a mistake. It could have been a day or two later that the car was towed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was several days, and Dan's right. If you've got to get a court order signed by a judge after showing probable cause as to how it fits in with this disappearance of the lady. But you could also get permission from the owner of the car. Say, hey, we'd like to take your car and analyze it. Do you have any problems with us doing that? And they could have given permission or consent to take written consent to take it. But in a case where you got a missing body, it's always best to get the warrant and make it a lot cleaner that way. But I don't know what the factual basis was for them taking that car, whether it was consent or a court order signed by a judge.
So, Chris, let's back up a little bit. So where are we in the case now? Are we still within several hours of the initial response from detectives?
We're kicking into day 2, 48 hours. We're getting close to the clock, ticking away. And
we're still holding Nancy's house, right? I
so
am.
far.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's a great question, Bobby. Are we still holding the house on this
Yeah, I am.
group?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I know we have the luxury of hindsight for those that are thinking that. Of course, we have the luxury of hindsight, but we've discussed on this panel many times before, we never would have released the scene as quickly as they did in this case.
Well, the
So,
opposite side of that pendulum, right? To use the scales of justice, right? There's also there are hundreds of murders that everybody on this panel, if we collectively put them together, we've all worked these kind of capers, and it's like, okay, I think we're following the bouncing ball, to your point, Bob, saying, yeah, in hindsight, but in reality, we're trying to project to the audience what we would really do,
mhm.
From the get-go, without the knowledge that we have now, and even in hindsight.
Well, let's face it, that night, I believe it was that night or that early morning,
Yep.
there was a decision made to call out the decks, right?
Yep.
All
Yep.
homicide.
Yep.
So something had to trigger that. And with that, why would you ever think about releasing that scene that you don't even have a body yet? That just blows my mind that happened.
Well, and that's where leadership failed, in my opinion. I mean, they totally failed in this case. I don't know if a sergeant made that decision. I doubt a sergeant made the decision. I think it was much higher than that. It may even have been Nanos himself. He's implied that in the interviews, but with Nanos, we don't know what's accurate and what isn't accurate. So it's difficult to tell, but somebody, I think at least in my opinion, I think it's safe to say that somebody much higher than a detective and or a detective sergeant made the decision to release that as quickly as they did that night. So,
Yep.
or that morning.
Exactly. I'd have hung on to that house until they'd evicted me as a squatter, because we don't know what the evidence is. And the rush to hand the house back, to me, is incomprehensible, other than perhaps somebody was being pressured or somebody was doing it to curry favor, because it doesn't make any sense otherwise.
But at a point in this investigation, the determination was made that this is foul play. We've got a missing person, possibly could have been taken to Mexico or to another state. Thus, the decision was to bring in the feds, i.e. the FBI. And they then continued their investigation in conjunction with Pima County Sheriff. So I don't know. I think the scene was still under control until after the FBI.
No, they released it before.
No, they released it, Danny. They
Was it?
released it. Yeah, they released it Monday morning sometime, overnight Monday.
So the FBI was brought in after it was released officially, and then they conducted an investigation. That opens up all kinds of problems for a prosecutor someday down the line, where all of the evidence that was found, or any evidence that conceivably was found after it was released and then closed down again for the FBI, is called into question, the integrity of that evidence, because who knows how many family members walk through, neighbors walk through, friends, relatives, and then the FBI comes in. No, we want to do our investigation, and everything's been compromised. So I'm really disturbed by that. I was not aware that it was released that quickly. So that's my apology for that.
No, and the interesting point to dovetail into your thought, Dan, was when the sheriff was asked, did you release it too early? He said, well, we'll let the courts deal with that.
No, they're going to deal
with it. Careful what you wish for, Sheriff. Yeah.
When you see the defense attorney come in with 2 big pieces of lumber and 3 big nails, they'll deal with it.
Okay, so the brother-in-law and the daughter are at the station, as you guys suggested. who wants to step into the interview room? Dan,
Yes, sir.
what do you got?
So, Mr. T, I'll refer to him as Mr. T. And this is the point where I want to get all those fine details, the obvious questions. Remember when you left, the route you took? What'd you guys talk about? Did you talk at all? Little things like that. And then I'm going to ask him, how close was he with his mother-in-law? You ever borrow any kind of money from your mother-in-law?
Mhm.
You know, do you ever borrow money? Do you ever need money and mom was there for you? How's your relationship with your wife? Just all the little things I want to document. I want to get that documented. And of course, I'm going to extend my condolences at this. Well, not condolences yet, but
Concern.
my concern. Yes. I want to extend my concerns, to you. We're going to do everything we can to find her and get her back. Then I'm going to go into the room with A. And basically, I'm going to run the same thing. What were you guys doing at home? What were you were playing Uno? Who was winning? Just everything to document. And, let me ask you, how was your relationship with your mom? I know it's your mom, but did you guys have a really close relationship? Just all kinds of questions like that is stuff that I want to get documented. The same thing, money. Did you ever have to borrow money from mom? Does mom keep a large amount of money in the house? All kinds of little things like that. Again, not to interrogate, but just to document an initial interview, because down the road, that interview could change some of the shifting sands of a guilty mind, as they some say. And well, wait a minute. When we talked to you 3 weeks ago, you said you were doing this or you were doing that, and that can all come into play.
Who in the world do you think would want to kidnap your mother-in-law?
Yeah.
Tell me what you think. What happened to her? Why do you think she's missing? This is your mother-in-law. Who would have a grudge against her? Can you think of anything? Can you think of anyone?
Has she reported any problems with anybody?
Yeah.
Put him on the spot and ask him who he thinks
Right.
responsible for all this.
And I want to ask him about the neighborhood there too.
Yeah.
Around mom's house. Do you know the neighbors? Is there any kind of rash of burglaries, any kind of home invasions? When was the last time you heard of somebody getting killed in that neighborhood? Little things like that I'm gonna ask. And of course I'm gonna verify it all on my own, but I'm just looking to see what they have to say.
Okay. Have enemies to the family? Tell me about your sister.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
As far as
Enemies,
Savannah?
grudges,
Okay.
jealousy,
Litigation.
money owed.
All right. Let's play this out hypothetically. Would you mind if I search your house?
Yeah.
Would you ask that question?
Sure.
Absolutely. And when they ask why, you say, well, when we eventually locate who it is that did this, the very first thing the defense attorney is going to do is point a big finger at you. And we need to be able to diffuse that accusation by saying that we covered the ground thoroughly. And you do that, and this is where Danny Ahrens said this. Prosecutors think like defense attorneys, and good homicide detectives think like defense attorneys too. We want to have a case that's prepared in such a way that we are ready for anything the defense attorney throws at us.
Okay.
Just
What's
part of
your-
crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's.
Yeah, we know she was in your house last night before you drove her home, and we'd like to get a look at that area and just take a look in the house and and make sure that and see if there's anything that stands out to us. So,
does cooperation mitigate suspicion?
no.
Dan, the two Dans?
No.
No.
Why?
Well, over experience, I've seen a lot of times cooperation come, and it turns out to be bogus cooperation. It's a front. I've seen it over and over again, which I'm sure everyone on this panel has.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretending that they're cooperating, but they're lying to you at the same time.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you saying
Misleading
that
you,
people
trying to
lie?
guide you in another direction. Yeah.
Well,
Are
they
you-
have the presumption that we're morons, dumb cops, and we can be led. Be led like a horse with a bridle. And I'm always cautious of when somebody answers a question in such a way where they say, "Well, I don't know what to tell you," or I'll help you as much as I can. And when I hear "I help you as much as I can," I'm thinking, well, you're not saying you're going to help me. You're qualifying that.
If I can jump to another big one when I go into that interview room with
Go down.
those two, I'm watching big time body language.
Yes.
I've seen it over and over again. They're going to be, they'll sit like this with their legs crossed and everything. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing.
Or Dan,
then,
how about talking like this? Well, I'm going to try and help you. Cover their mouth when they talk.
Yeah. So so you got the body language part, and then, they'll be all locked up. And then it's funny how as time goes and you break them, how they open up. Because now you're going to get the truth, or at least a good amount of the truth. But anyway, I just want to throw that in there.
No, that's a great thought. Hey, Sarge, I just walked in from, I got some data back. I'm one of the lab guys. We got a timeline. Here's a timeline. We were able to get a garage door open at 9:48, close 9:50, 1:47. Door camera on the front disconnects. There's a 2 a.m. pacemaker spike, 2:12. Software detects somebody on the camera. At 2:28, the pacemaker disconnects from the phone, her phone. And then we've got two timelines, guys, I need to tell you about, because when I first got there, they said they got there around 11, but it's actually maybe 11:56, and then there's a 12:03 911 call. What say you? Anything sticking out? 9:48. I might put this up here.
So there's an hour, nearly an hour discrepancy from when they say they arrived to when we know they arrived. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And this for me would go back to my interview with especially T, because I'm gonna talk to him now. If I know this timeline now, I want to ask him specifically, how did she get out of that car and get through the garage door? There's specific questions I want to know.
Yeah, and T, did you walk her into the house? Did you turn some lights on in her house? Did you assist her in any way, or did you just pull up? She got out and went in the house, and that's the last you saw. Can you go into detail on what happened there?
Right. Because I know I would walk my 84-year-old mom or mother-in-law into the house, and I want to walk her in. I want to make sure that everything's good inside the house too.
Yeah. By the way, how come she took an Uber to your house for the card party? Is that a normal thing, or could you guys not make it over to pick her up, or what happened there? I'd like to know. Who ordered
the Uber? Who has the app?
Yeah.
Did you pay for it? Did your mom pay for it?
Right.
Because that will kick off a whole new series of search warrants, right? We're going to grab the banks.
Absolutely, because you're going to need a search warrant to get the Uber information. I'll tell you that. And, yeah.
Okay. But something happened. I need to tell you, because it moved people. Two things happened, actually. The FBI got involved. They were allowed to come in, to Danny Ahrens' point earlier. And there's now some ransom notes that start hitting, a local TV station and, two other outside network concepts, right? TMZ, et cetera. Okay. So now there's these ransom notes. And so the FBI moves towards the house. Okay. They help them draft. This is the FBI number, the Phoenix FBI SAC, Special Agent.
Yeah.
Okay. That guy to the left, I'm assuming, is from the task force. There's a gang task force. And I think it's important for the audience to understand what I mean by that is, there's a federal task force. It's focused on gangs, guns, drugs, DEA, marshals, various law enforcement agencies in that area. Okay. They've been activated to help. And it's important to understand they are not homicide investigators. They are, again, I want to repeat, okay, they are not investigating this homicide. If they believe now, it's leaning that way. They are support in relationship to where the case could be moving. And that's important. And that's why this guy to the left there, he's probably one of the task force commanders. And that's why they wear different shirts that says Gang Task Force. If they were to find something connected, i.e., they were to find something connected to this now homicide investigation or suspicious death or suspicious circumstances, all of the decisions are still being made by the homicide team. They are not being made by the task force, DEA agents, U.S. Marshals, okay? And the reason for that, again, is for the chain of custody and who is going to put their hand up in trial, okay? If a task force guy comes across something, they're going to call the homicide guys like a witness or something like that. They're going to detain that person, and the homicide guys are going to walk in and do the interviews. Why is that important to understand to the audience? Anybody have any thoughts you want to dovetail into that concept?
Well, the primary jurisdiction goes directly to Pima County.
Right.
So they have the jurisdiction of that crime. It occurred there. She's missing from there. The FBI is only invited to come in. They can't automatically come into any case unless they're invited by a local agency under certain circumstances. In this case, because you've got a missing woman close to the border, close to other states. So that's why the feds are brought in. But the primary jurisdiction still remains Pima County, and that's why there was that controversy about where the DNA was going to be sent. It's my understanding from numerous published reports that the FBI really wanted to encourage all of the DNA testing be done at the FBI crime lab, which is state of the art.
Yep.
In Quantico, Virginia, I believe. And there was, I guess there was some grandstanding being done by the sheriff and the FBI coordinators and as to who was going to win that battle. And ultimately, Pima County said, no, we're going to use our private lab down in Florida or wherever that was. So
Yeah,
it's unfortunate, but that's what happens sometimes in these high profile cases.
yeah, egos.
And your
Egos.
task force
Absolutely.
guy, your task force guy is not going to know the questions that need to be asked.
No.
We've all worked cases where, and we're not even talking about separate agencies, where, for instance, in Oceanside, where either our vice and narcotics guys or our gang guys would develop a lead and call us in, and then we would talk to them because they're not going to have the level of details and know what questions to ask. So that'd be another reason.
It's like,
Well-
I'm the detective, me and my partner, it's our case.
Yes.
So we're going to do the interviews. And then, of course, your support guys are going to, hey, everything's got to go through the lead.
Yeah.
And
It's
which
our
in
case.
a high profile case such as this, as we would call in Chicago, a real heater, you have to have somebody that's established, that's going to keep everything organized. Who's doing what, who's working on what, end of the tour, what did you do? And any outstanding reports that are due.
Yeah, and
I
it's
don't think that was
important.
done in this.
Yeah, and it's important for everybody to understand. I mean, there's some people that are saying, well, there's a lead on the task force and yada yada, but that doesn't mean anything in this kind of case. Okay, they may be on that team, but they're not directing the direction of this case. And the reason for that is obvious. When those two homicide guys got there from Pima County the very first night, and somebody turned to them and said, okay, Ahrens, your lead, John, you're second, Bob, you're cleaning up, whatever they want, yada, yada. Okay. Or Dan, etc. Okay. Now there's a cohesive group that says, okay, we make the decisions. But what that means is if Dan is the primary, Dan Ahrens is the primary, and John is second, if I'm asked to go find or do something, I come back to either John or Dan, focused hopefully on Danny first, because he's going to be the one that's going to put the book together, the murder book. He's going to be the one that's going to be first on the witness list, sitting at the table next to the district attorney. And he's going to be the one that knows everything about Nancy Guthrie's shoe size. Okay. It is not going to be a DEA agent assigned to a narcotics gang task force. Okay. We need to clear that up, because there's a lot of confusion out there sometimes about how these things absolutely unfold. And this guy here in the suit to the right, if they find her body, hypothetically, and it is a homicide, this guy's not going on the stand yet. He may go on the stand for the notes and the Bitcoin and all that other stuff, okay? But he will not be asked by the prosecution, Detective so-and-so, such and such, Detective Friendly, what time did you get called out? And all that weight now goes on his shoulders or her shoulders, whoever the case agent is. Anybody want to dovetail into any of that? And then Dr. Gary, I know you have a thought.
And one of the first things a defense attorney on cross-examination, one of the first things that he or she is going to say is, are you the lead on this investigation? Were you assigned as the lead detective? That's going to be the first, other than
That's
how
right.
are you today, detective? Stuff like that. But that's going to be their first question.
Yep. And they're going to
That's
go
right.
and board dire you in your training and experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to
That's
flush
right.
that out pretty quickly. Danny
Yep.
Ahrens, any thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the way we work, Chris, as you remember, and John and Bob at our agency, we worked it was generally a 3-man team, homicide team, depending on which team was on call. And the sergeant would designate one of us as the case agent. That would be the guy in charge that you were talking about, Chris. And then the other two guys are going to be, one's going to be the crime scene manager, who's going to be working directly hand in hand with the uniformed crime scene people, which early on in our agency, they were actual police officers, but then they gradually went over to a civilian. They used civilians that were trained in evidence gathering, but we always worked it at the direct direction of the detective. They weren't given carte blanche to just evaluate a crime scene and pick up this evidence or that evidence or photograph this or whatever. They were doing it at the discretion and direction of the case managing detective, which would be usually the second guy on the team. And then the third guy would be coordinating all the witness interviews behind the scene.
And Dan, those three detectives, they're going to huddle quite
Yes.
frequently on this case and make sure
Yep.
that even though you have a case agent and somebody as the lead, so to speak, all three are going to be making decisions and deciding how to proceed and which direction to go in on the case. Am I right?
Correct.
Danny?
As the case ages, as we say, if you don't make an arrest in the first 48 hours, it's you're running out of leads. You're going to be meeting every morning, first thing in the morning, with your team, as well as everybody in homicide, other teams as well, throwing ideas out there and possible avenues of investigation based on what you're debriefing everybody on from the previous day's events. So it's an ongoing process every single day. And it continues as long as necessary. As long as you've got viable leads still coming in, you're going to be meeting in the morning and usually in the afternoon before you go home until you solve this thing or figure out what direction you're going to go the next day.
Okay. Dr. Gary, you had a thought?
Well, I do, but I'm going to make a very quick comment because I've been reading the chat. So because people are saying, where's the part where, you give the psych side of things? Well, the whole point here is that we're moving in a logical order from the investigative to then the 30,000 foot thinking about the why. And the entire point is that if you deviate from that, you're doing precisely what we're trying to tell you shouldn't do. You should move in a very logical order from the ground up. And so I think it's excellent to listen to this thought process and then don't jump to the 30,000 foot until you've got all this stuff nailed down. Now, the question that I had was from an investigative, the investigative side of things is, because it hasn't been touched on yet, is so what would you guys do if you were faced with this case that is high profile in terms of what you're telling the family and other people about what they should be saying in public? Because there's a high media demand for information, and also how much, because you got people going on talk shows and going on, so in other words, what are you saying to people about how that could be problematic, right? And what are you doing in terms of the messaging from the sheriff's office to the general public? Because the fact is, this is a case that involves a celebrity in one way. So I'm curious. I mean, I'm sure you guys have worked on celebrity cases before. And there's always that problem of potentially, damaging your ability to find a fair, pool of jurors once you have a suspect and all kinds of other problems. So I'm just curious what you guys would be doing, because there are a lot of things in this case that I found a little unusual in terms of the freedom of what people seem to be saying. Did you guys feel that way too? And where the messaging is coming from also seems unusual to me.
Yeah, I was pretty blown away with Savannah Guthrie, that last interview that she did with on her news channel. I was just floored with that. Like, oh no,
Gary, what you're talking about, though, is the initial press conferences from Nanos and the information that he gave out to the press. So this can be a very contentious part of a case when you have an ego like Nanos has, and you want to take control of everything. As we've said a million times here on this panel, Nanos should have appointed a PIO. Now, I don't begrudge him as an elected sheriff of having an interview or two at an initial news conference or something at the onset of the case, just to show that, hey, I'm the sheriff and I'm running this investigation. But he shouldn't have made he shouldn't have done many of the interviews that he did subsequent to the initial press conference. And he certainly shouldn't have done that without consulting the detectives. And when I mean the detectives, I mean the sergeant and the detectives, the boots on the ground, because there's certain information that maybe they didn't want out in the public sphere. And you're not going to know that if your Nanos and your ego is guiding the ship, which apparently has happened in this case. And so that's a real critical thing. How do you tell the sheriff, especially the one that's been so vindictive in the past, the recent past, that he shouldn't say certain things, don't tell the public this, don't tell the public that. When I was a detective, I had a sergeant that did that on one of my cases, and he was a brand new sergeant without any homicide experience at all. And he went out, unbeknownst to me, the next day after we had worked this case the night before, worked the scene the night before, and imparted a myriad of evidence on the case to the news media without consulting me or even telling me he was going to do the interview. And to say I was livid is an understatement. And we got things taken care of after that, but you just don't do that. So that has been one of the big issues in this case, is all of the misinformation and varying things that Nanos has told this. He's told NBC this, and he's told a local station that, and he's told, some other reporter this. So that has been a huge part of this misinformation in this case, and has led to so much confusion. So if that's what you're getting at, then, obviously that's a huge mistake. And as I said earlier, you appoint a PIO, a public information officer, to carry the torch from the initial press conference forward. And that PIO is going to consult these detectives before he or she says anything to the press. Okay, so the PIO has to really be involved in the investigation to some extent to know what's going on. And if there's details that they shouldn't know, you just don't tell them. And you just make sure that that they don't go out and impart any information. And actually, the detective should know anytime the PIO is giving information out or prior to that time. And because there could be some reason why the detectives don't want any information out at this point. Maybe they're working on something and they just, or the opposite. Maybe they want a particular narrative put out there or something specific put out to the public via the press to assist them in their case.
Ahrens, what are you thinking?
Yeah, Dr. Brucato, to go to your earlier question regarding family members and talking to the press. It's imperative that you meet with the family early. Once you finally have a chance to catch your breath, they've got to see who you are. You've got to be level honest with them and just tell them right out, there are things that we're looking at that we cannot talk about, not even to you. As much as you want to hear information and know what evidence is, or tidbits that you might have heard and you want us to confirm, we just simply can't. And that's for the integrity of the case. Now, I know there's probably prosecutors and defense attorneys out in your audience listening to this, and they're prosecutors especially chomping on the bit thinking, we don't want families to know any of the information because they're the ones that are going to be hounded by the news media constantly. So what are the detectives doing? Tell us. They won't tell us anything. What's going on? And that just harms a case down the line if you do line up a prosecution of a person or persons of interest at some point. But some families, they totally get that. They understand. Look, I don't want to do anything to harm your investigation. I just want the person caught and convicted and held accountable. But other families get very frustrated. I had a case back in 1987 or 88 where I got a little bit too close with the family. And that was a mistake I made as a young homicide guy then. And they were relying on daily reports that I couldn't give them. And then all of a sudden things went bad, and there was a chill period where I wasn't talking to them. And it's just something that every detective is, I'm sure Dan Stover, you've dealt with the same thing, and John and Bob, Chris, we've all had that moment with these victims' families and neighbors and friends of theirs and relatives where they want every little bit of information, and we simply cannot give it to them. And we have to tell them straight, we're not going to share any of our information. We can't let it out, because if one thing gets out that's picked up in the media by a suspect, that directly impacts the security of our case and our investigation. So you have to make it very clear sooner rather than later with the family members.
Yeah. And we would always, my partner and I would always go have this case is a little more unique, but in a typical murder case, we would absolutely make the time early on to go sit down and develop a rapport with that family and express our condolences. And then we would explain that, just like you said, Dan, we cannot tell you certain things. And I'll tell you what, 99% of them understood. We get it, detective, and just left it at that. But it's all in the delivery and how you go talk to people. Mm-hmm. The worst thing you can do is not reach out to the family.
Yeah.
No matter how bad that victim is, at one point they were their baby. Yeah. And you have to reach out and sit down with them, not on the phone, in person.
Right. Well, see, part of what I think psychologically is important about this case and unusual about this case is that because it involves a prominent person, and even if it didn't involve a prominent person, it might be one of those cases that just for whatever reason happens to fascinate the public. At some point, a case like this turns into television. And then what happens is the public wants the latest installment of the Guthrie case show. But it's not television, and it has to be handled like any other case. So what I think happens is that people who are involved, or family members or people that are investigating, may forget that the public is not entitled to information just because it's a group of spectators that are interested in a case. And I think that when this case is studied years from now, what will be interesting about it is that it's an excellent example of how an investigation can be messed up by losing contact with the reality that this is not reality television. This is a murder investigation or a abduction investigation. And so I think that what's happened is people are sort of handling it like we've got to tell the public stuff. And the other thing is they drip the information out in a sort of strange way. So a couple of days go by, and then we find out there are flower pots opening, holding the door open, and then it comes out through an interview with a family member, right? And then now we've got a new piece of information that has to be incorporated into this, television show analysis that people are doing. It's that kind of thing. And I think the whole thing is a reflection of something very weird going on in our culture. The other thing is that because we think everything is a TV show now, we're going, why isn't this solved in 30 minutes?
Mhm.
Why hasn't Columbo come out and put his finger in the air and said one more thing and solved it, right? And this may actually be where they can't tease apart the DNA profile for like a year. And then they have to use genealogical data. And then it might take many months after that. In other words, I think, and then the public gets bored because let's face it, any day now, something even more horrendous is going to happen and steal the headlines. And then what happened to the family? And then the other thing that's interesting is that, and this is where we begin to creep in the direction of the psychology of this stuff, is that if you're dealing with a certain type of offender, all of that may actually be feeding the motive of the offender. So that's the other problem, is you're making a celebrity of an offender sometimes. And, there are ways that could be used, but there are also ways in which one has to be careful, because you could have somebody like a Kohlberger, for example, who's sitting there getting off on the idea that there's nonstop coverage and talking about every little thing. I mean, even today, if Brian Kohlberger said to a guard, I don't drink coffee, I only drink Ovaltine, it would be the front page of the newspaper. Brian Kohlberger reveals especially interested in this type of drink, as if anybody gives a flying leap about the offender's interest in drinks. And yet we talked about Brian Kohlberger's taste in bananas for weeks. So what I think is there is this very peculiar thing going on in the culture, and I think it has affected this case very badly. Now, I'm curious if you guys agree with that.
I agree with it.
Yeah.
And I want to dovetail into what you're saying. I think there's two, and this is also going to be towards the law enforcement arena. Okay.
Right.
Remember, everybody on this panel, we didn't have any of the stuff they have today.
Yep.
Well, that's another story.
Well,
Social media
but where I'm going with this is there are two shifts taking place. There's not only a cultural shift, there's an investigative shift taking place. Okay, and I don't think I think we need to be honest and not be naive to it, because unless it's, when you heard the sheriff say this case will be solved through technology, that was a huge, like, are you kidding me? Okay. Because at that point, that breaks into what Dan Stover was talking about, and what we started this follow the bouncing ball. If you don't lock in the ability to communicate right off the get-go, okay, you're hosed. You are absolutely hosed. You'll notice that the best homicide guys are to what you talked about, Gary, Dr. Brucato. They're able to walk up to an MS-13 member and say, "What's up, man? How you doing tonight? I'm sorry to meet you under these circumstances. My name is blah, blah, blah." Or, that guy who just blew up the World Trade Center, okay, and you want to sit down with that guy, how do you get him to tell you why he stuck the axe in his grandmother's forehead? Okay. That just doesn't happen. Okay. That happens because you don't have technology. You don't have DNA. Just check the boxes. What I'm afraid of, and what I'm seeing in this case, okay, is pictures like this. You see, talking to the family is one thing, and then discovering additional information that take you to the family's house with evidence bags is another thing. With a Celebrite U-Fed machine, where you're downloading all of the electronics to tell you a story. Okay. That is because there was some conversations or something that focused the investigation towards this. Something happened. somewhere in the chain of communication.
Mm-hmm.
Am I missing something? What say you guys?
It's a good point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's an
good.
excellent point. I think the thing, Chris, and I would ask a question, and you nailed it, that investigators nowadays they go in apparently, and I'm painting with a broad brush, so I apologize in advance. But the newer breed of investigators apparently presume, as the sheriff did, that this case is going to be solved with technology. I would ask this panel, gee, how did we solve all those other murder cases we had without technology?
Yep.
Okay. You get
Got it.
out, you wear out shoe leather. There's an old-fashioned
Yeah.
concept.
Mm-hmm.
You get
Yep.
out on the streets. You when they call you, when you tell your patrol cops, if you find somebody that's under the influence of meth and maybe he wants to go to jail, maybe you can go the other way. But if he has information on a case and it's righteous information, I don't care when you call me. I'm coming from my home and I'll talk to him. And if it's good information, you can give him his walking papers. And this is where I see detectives losing contact with the streets. And this is where these cases very often are solved.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great point. That behind the scenes, this suspect is watching everything that we're doing here. They're listening. Okay. And you get to a place where you're like, okay, I need to tap into that network, whatever that network is. Okay. And you only do that by what we talked about earlier. You know, if in Chicago, Dan, I'm sure you guys would run out to the precincts, right? And go to the patrol briefings and say, okay, this is what we had last night. I need some help. I need info. And they're going to hit the streets. And Danny talked about it as well, Danny Ahrens. They're going to hit the streets and they're going to go to their contacts and their informants.
Snitches.
Their snitches. And they're going to grab somebody with dope, hypothetically, and say, you know what? Okay, this is just a small quantity. Okay, you owe me. You know, step on it, crush your pipe. Okay, you're tweaking out here. But here, I'm looking. Have you seen this guy before? Yeah. Okay. I want to know I want this guy's shoe size. You got it? Yeah. And this is what's happening. It's like a domino chain reaction. Okay. That's why the gang task force is involved in this thing. Okay. And I mean, think about that. An 84-year-old woman disappears out of her house, and you have a gang task force involved? What's that all about? Okay. Well, we're telling you what that's all about.
And the thing is, Chris, you know that there's a $1.2 million reward out there. If you don't think that the criminal element isn't jabbering about this, that they're trying to figure out who it is, because they're trying to figure out who might be involved, because $1.2 million is a lot of money. And if these people would roll their discount Judas Iscariots. They do it for $10.
That's right.
So 1.2 million. If you don't think the criminal element isn't trying to find out who's responsible for this, think again.
Oh yeah, the jail's lit up, right? How many snitches want a deal, Dan Ahrens, for hey, I know who did it, man. Can you talk to the DA to get me 5 years?
Yeah, that was pretty common all the time in Southern California where we worked. You have jailhouse snitches that come out of the woodwork in cases like this. And, you know, but going back to the whole shoe leather business, you know, one of my favorite TV detectives was Hieronymus Bosch, who used to always he'd say, just get off your ass and go knock on doors, you know. That's the way you get it done.
You got to create your own luck.
Yeah.
And you're not going to do that by sitting on your ass. You got to get out there and talk to people.
Yeah.
And Michael Connolly knew this because he was in LA Times. He worked at Parker Center. He knew Jigsaw John.
Yeah,
knew
he
all
was
this.
embedded with
Yeah.
with robbery homicide for 2 years before he
Yep.
started the Bosch series. Yeah.
There you
So,
go.
yeah.
So when you see things, and this is a great segue into this next picture, and when you see things like this in the middle of the night at the daughter's house and the son-in-law's house, does this raise any red flags from an investigative analysis aspect to you, anybody on this panel? Not saying it's connected or they've done something. That's not what we're saying. I'm asking the question. These are the evidence folks at the house where Nancy was last seen, allegedly, having dinner, playing games, and they're in there taking photographs, maybe running an alternate light source, and they ultimately come out of that house, okay, with bags, something in those bags. Okay. Now, mind you, like the day before, okay, or a couple of days before, they're in the house with, hang on, this guy with the U-Fed. And by the way, it drove me crazy when the sheriff, and you guys keep me honest here, it drove me crazy when the sheriff said, well, yeah, we had the ICAT guys go over there, but that's not unusual. I'm going to ask any one of you guys, in the capers that you've worked, when the ICAT guys show up, are you going, what are you doing? I mean, what are you saying? What are you doing here?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I would say, well, then why wasn't that crew going to all the neighbors' houses and doing exactly what they did at that house?
Great point, Dan.
Yeah.
Ahrens, what do you think up there in
Yeah,
Denver?
I don't have a clue what those guys were doing at the house with two different station wagons late into the night. I'm presuming you're correct on that. I don't have a clue. We just don't know enough.
Yeah, the media was outside taking pictures. That's where that came from.
Yeah.
And they were taking, Brian Enton was live on News Nation with the flashes going off inside the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Mhm.
Before or after the sheriff came out and said that the family members and their spouses were not involved?
This was before.
Before.
Well, that has to figure into the interpretation, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Can I ask a question of
Sure.
you guys? Maybe you know this. It's a little sidetrack, but does A&T have any children?
Yeah.
And if so, what ages are those children?
I don't know the age, but they have a son.
Okay. Do we know
But
approximately?
he's younger. He's younger. He's a younger boy, my understanding.
Like a kid?
I don't know his age. Maybe somebody in the chat, but we need to make sure it's accurate.
Yeah.
Laura said the son, they believe he's 18.
18. Yeah,
Maybe.
I mean,
I don't know. It's not confirmed from me.
yeah.
I've seen reporting all over the map. I saw one article that said it was 10. Another one said
We're
it was
getting
early
approximately 13, approximately
Yeah,
12. I don't think
and
people
I
know.
understand why they would that would be
Yeah.
that would be help. I mean, especially if you're dealing with a minor who could be part of all this public attention and all that. In a
Yeah.
way, that might be one of the most appropriate things I've heard in this story, is to keep that out of the public eye, because if you're dealing with a kid, it could have serious psychological effects on a child.
Yeah, we can stay away from all that.
Don't you agree? That's a good thing.
But let's shift to the car, though. This is the car that they impounded, and these would have been the reasons, the telematic systems, right? But Honda has what they call Honda Link, okay? And depends on the year, from 2012 to 2014, they don't have factory telematics. But from 2016 to 2017, depends on the trim models, okay, then they have telematics. So we know that the car was held for at least 30 something, 40 days. okay, or 30 something, 40 days at least. Okay. And then it was sent to a Chevrolet dealer in Tucson and, quote, reassembled. Okay. But there's only a couple of things they could have gotten out of that. They could have gotten what they call, let me read this thing here for a second. The CRV, Honda widely rolled out connective services on the CRV. Some higher trims have basic Bluetooth navigation, etc. But the telematic control unit TCUs and the EDR, which is called the event data recorder, are the only two things they could recover out of the older model vehicle. And there you're only going to get, you know, the Bluetooth navigation, the opening and closing of the door, maybe some location tracking, depends on if they had a subscription service, et cetera. Remote start, vehicle status, locks, unlocks, et cetera. So would you guys initially go through that much to grab that out of that car unless there was something more to the problem?
Or they're just simply trying to confirm his version of events of driving her home and then coming back to his house after dropping her off. If it's got data within the so-called car's black box with GPS tracking and that sort of thing, they're just trying to confirm his story to see if there's a blip that doesn't coincide or corroborate what he told them in his initial interview.
Okay, what raises your hair on the back of your neck to want to not believe the guy?
Well,
I'm not asking to speculate. I guess I am, but
yeah, it's not necessarily you're trying to catch him in a lie. You're just trying to corroborate what he said so you can rule that out. You know, a lot of our job involves ruling out evidence and suspects as well as trying to inculpate them as a suspect. So, you know, we do a lot of corroboration in our job.
Yep.
And we do a lot of, you know, we're also looking to, not prosecute or look at innocent people, you know, if there's evidence that is contrary or is helpful to that person.
okay. So, anybody else? Dan, Stover, did you want to say something, or Bob?
I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. So,
No, I agree.
okay. So, Dr. Gary, you've seen the videos. We all have seen the videos. This guy shows up on the porch. Who are we looking at here?
So-
We've debriefed basically for the audience. We would sit down with a Dr. Brucato, others, in our area where we had park deeds, so we would work with Dr. Park, we'd work with Park and say, hey, blah, blah. Who did you guys work with, Dan, in Chicago for a forensics guy, if you had?
For forensics?
Yeah, if you needed to go that far. Do you remember?
Yeah, we had an actual forensic unit.
Okay.
That was citywide.
Okay. So in this case, we would sit down with Dr. Gary, tell him, hey, here's all the players, here's a victimology, here's all the stuff. And who are we looking at? What should we be thinking about?
Well, you're talking about like a profile person?
Not a profile, but right. We'd send that to the BAU and even there, again, that's just a tool, right? It's a profile.
Yeah.
Even from the BAU, it's like it's like a polygraph. You never really know until you sit down with the suspect and he says, yeah, you got that wrong. Okay. Like Rex Harriman. That's why they're going to go interview him now that he's copped out and given all this information, because they just want to learn, right? He's the bug in now, as Dr. Gary says, he's the bug in the jar now. And they want to go listen to him. But because, I mean, honestly, have you ever seen a profile solve a case? Anybody?
No, I have not.
Dan, you worked hundreds of cases. You ever see a profile solve the case?
Well, we didn't call in profilers a lot because a lot of our crimes were not whodunits. You know, you have your occasional whodunits, but the vast majority of homicides, you've got a suspect in custody either at the scene or within 24 hours. It's the whodunits where you want, and as the case ages, that's when you bring in the forensic psychologists to
Right.
try and help you out, or a profiler.
I mean,
Profilers it's just an investigative tool. It's a weapon that we use, or a tool that we use to try and figure out what's in the mind, and based on what they see at a crime scene and based on interviews they've listened to that we've conducted, they can kind of point us in the direction of a possible suspect. And it may coincide with somebody that we were already looking at on the side, but we weren't really sure about. And now you got a forensic analyst, or a person like Dr. Brucato or Park Dietz, who are really good at what they do, and they can really help an investigation.
okay, so let's for the audience, I want them to understand very clearly that profilers are like the guy who has the stands in front of the pilot with the lights, with the two sticks, and they do this, okay, as the plane is coming in, okay, and as the plane is getting closer and closer, they go like that, and the plane stops, okay. They give you a general idea how to steer the plane. That's what a profiler does, okay. Now, why is that important to understand? Because it's kind of like a polygraph. Are you involved in this? Do you know? Do you this? No, yes, no, yes. It's inconclusive. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I get that. Now, this guy though, okay, you sit down and you say, give me an idea of who actually flies the plane. Help me understand the pilot, because I may have him in the room over here. How would you help me hit the switches to get him to tell me what's going on in here? That's what a forensic psychologist does. Okay. And I've sat next to, I'll give you a Park Dietz, when we had Brandon Wilson, who killed Matthew Checky. And Park, the first question Park asked me, he said, where'd they hook him up? I said, he's in West Hollywood. He said, let's make him famous. Okay. That wasn't a profiler. That was a forensic psychologist. What do you mean, Park? And we dove into it. Okay. And that's how we created a strategy for interviewing and for plugging him in. So Gary, we got this knucklehead on the porch. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go off into left field, but I had to get to left field to for the audience to understand, because they hear FBI and they go, "Oh, the FBI." Okay, yeah, the FBI. And what's the point? Okay.
Well, it's even more complicated than that, Chris, because to call yourself a profiler means undergoing very specific training by the unit. And
Correct.
if you are in the true crime community for more than 30 seconds, you'll see that the word profiler is applied to anybody that's talking about the psychology of an offender who's had no training in profiling formally. And actually, I think it sticks in the craw a little bit of people who have done that training, because it's an inaccurate term. For example, I, as a psychologist, don't even believe that I could undergo training as a profile at the unit. In other words, it is limited in terms of who could do it. And you see what I'm saying? So, and Chris, you know what I'm talking about. There are a lot of people who go around saying I'm a profiler, but it doesn't mean what it's supposed to mean. Now,
well, Dr. Ann is a good example. They call her a profiler, and she gets offended by that behind the scenes, doesn't she?
Dr. Burgess, you mean?
Yeah.
No, she's not a profiler. She's an academic, a psychiatric nurse practitioner, doctorally prepared, who does research on violent crime.
She's your colleague.
She's my colleague. I work with her all the time at Boston College, in our work at Boston College together. So, first of all, I'm glad you mentioned the academic aspect, because the truth of the matter is that when I am asked to consult on something, one of the first things that I think is important to do is to think about statistics and likelihoods, because at the end of the day, we have to be scientists. And everyone who knows me for more than a minute knows that I am a data fiend. I keep everything in databases. When I wake up in the morning, when I go on my phone and I see there's been a homicide, the link to that article on the web is going in an Excel row in one of my databases, and all of the information that on that case that is publicly available and later available in legal documents is going in there, because I want to be able to run statistics on likelihoods of anything you ask me about. Okay. And that ultimately is exactly what we did with the mass murder database at Columbia, right? Okay. So the first thing that I would be thinking about, because I think the point of this conversation is how do you think about a case, right? The first thing I would be thinking about is this. Let's say we have to first think, is this a homicide or is this an abduction, right? Or is this something else like a robbery that went haywire? And the reason it's important is because there are different probabilities in each bucket, okay? So if we're talking about a homicide, 60% of people that are killed know the person who killed them in some personal way. All right. So you're already leaning in the direction of it's more probable that it's not a stranger who killed you. That's important. If you are female, there's about a 92% chance that you personally knew the person who killed you. Okay. That's extremely important. So about 92% of women, it is estimated, who are killed by their boyfriend, their husband, or a former romantic partner or a family member, right? 8 out of 10 sexual assaults are committed by somebody who knew you. That's extremely important. Then you say, okay, well, let's start with the sexual motivation, okay? Somebody broke in to attack an 84-year-old woman sexually. Somebody in the chat suggested it. Okay, first of all, statistically speaking, the kind of person who would do that is very, very rare. There are only, in the United States in 2024, the last time I know this data to have been released, there were only, I have the number, actually, I wrote it down. There were 381 killings of people older than 75 years old in the United States. Okay, already extremely rare. Then embedded within that, what's the probability of a sexual assault on that individual? Minuscule, tiny. Then you have the fact that a sexual assault by a stranger is actually, it does happen, but the idea is you have to look at the age range at which it tends to happen. Okay, so first of all, you're super rare when you're at the level of that age, and statistics tell us that the person will be most likely, who would do that would be most likely to be a family member, and about 70% of the time when it happens to elders, it happens in a nursing home or in your own home. Okay, now, so what does that tell you? That the notion of an outsider coming in and attacking an elderly woman, sexually assaulting her and killing her, you're now taking unlikely on top of unlikely on top of unlikely on top of, and you get down to something that would be like extremely profoundly rare. Okay. Then you add on top of that the fact that the statistics tell us that if somebody were to do that, they would be likely to do it serially. So then you say, okay, how many sexually assaulting serial killers are there in the United States at any given time? It's estimated there are about 250. So we would be suggesting that one of those 250 approximately killers, who are most likely male, right, are breaking into a home to sexually assault a woman and kill her. Then what would you say? You say statistically, most likely that person has done it before, is probably somewhere in the records of prior sex offending, or probably has been arrested before, because they're going to keep doing it. And within a geographic area, you're going to start to see a popping up of more cases of it, right? You all see where I'm going with this? Rare. So forget that one. Throw that one out the window. It's very, now, is it possible? Of course. It's also possible I'll walk outside and a piano will fall on my head, but it's not probable. Okay, so let's put that over there. Then you say, what about the possibility of abduction? Okay, there are 350 abductions approximately a year in the United States. That's it. And out of them, the vast majority of them are children. And when they are children, believe it or not, most of them are taken by people who know them. There is only a 0.001% chance that when you are abducted as a child, that you're being sent off to sexual slavery or held as a sexual slave in someone's home or any of those things. But the public's imagination goes to that stuff. Super rare. Even rarer than that, an elderly woman being abducted for non-sexual reasons. Also extremely improbable. The most likely scenario, because it happens 1 million times a year or more in the United States, is there is a financial motive. And as I said, statistics tell us if you have a female individual who is killed or sexually assaulted in the United States, they know the person who did it to them. Now, we couple that with the comfort that we see on that video, the fact that we've deduced from the timeline that this person spent a great deal of time in that house. There's no evidence of there having been a robbery because we don't know of anything having been taken. And an abduction also seems ridiculous because if you're abducting a person for money, you sort of want them intact. You don't want them bleeding. You would take their medication. You don't leave their meds and have a stopped pacemaker. So then you start saying, okay, well, based on probability, if it's somebody who knows you and the most likely thing is financial, then you would look at the inner circle of people who know you and how they would financially benefit from taking it, from doing something to you. You see where I'm going with this? You all follow the probability game? Okay. So then once you get down to that, then we look at this video and we start saying, okay, well, this person is on the screen. What can we feel out about this person? So Chris, if you put the video up, if you don't mind, on the screen. Now, let me emphasize that person who knows you could mean anything. Doesn't have to be super intimate. They just know you. Could be a person who worked with you. Could be the mailman. Could be the guy who cleaned the pool. You guys know what I mean? Could be. So when we're giving those statistics, we mean somebody has more than a passing connection with you. They're going to know some stuff about you. So then when you look at this offender, what you want to do is try to imagine the psychology based partially on that person's intelligence. The first thing I do when I think about something, I have to step into that person's intelligence level, right? So this is not a person based on using the flowers in front of the camera and some of the other getting caught on the camera after, and all this other stuff. You start thinking, okay, the person's intelligent enough to kind of get away with this, but this is a person who did some planning and still did some pretty stupid things here, right? So this is not a top-rate intelligence here, right? I mean, we would all agree, right? We're not dealing with Stephen Hawking here, right? Am I correct about that? Okay. I mean, this is not Stephen Hawking. And then, so the first thing that we're thinking about is you're dealing with a person who probably isn't the brightest bulb in the entire world. So we already are getting a feel for a person. Then you start thinking about the outfit that the person brought and the things that they did that don't make a lot of sense, like the holster, the way that the holster is being held, and the way that the gun doesn't match the holster, and all that kind of behavior. And you start thinking to yourself, additionally, this may not be a professional. So you have an unprofessional quality on top of not being especially bright. Then you have the fact that he looks so cool that you think, is this guy stoned? Is he some kind of psychopath? Now, I have to tell you, when I see a person who is doing something like this without looking scared at all, I start thinking they're a little bit on the psychopathic side because there's no concern at all, nothing. Beyond not wanting to get caught and stopped, there doesn't seem to be any threat that is causing this person to have physiological symptoms of nervousness. So then you start saying, why is that person's nervous system not acting normally? Even if any one of us planned, with everything we know about crime, decided we were going to go and do something like this, we would be a little nervous, a little bit. This person looks like they're taking a stroll in the park. I don't agree with the person in the audience who says that that's all BS. I don't agree. I think these things are all logical. So, and if you don't agree with any of this, please tell me in terms of my thought process here. So my sense is this guy, based on what I'm seeing on the screen, looks like this is not his first rodeo with crime. He's probably committed home invasions before and has a kind of callous disregard. That can also be glimpsed by the fact that this person did what he did with an 84-year-old person, right? And looks like that, knowing that this is an 84-year-old victim, right? That's going to be bleeding and taken out of the house and everything else. So already we get a sense of a person who is callous. If you are a person who is callous, you don't become that kind of person at this person's approximate age. Chances are you have a sociopathic character structure that's going to go all the way back to the time you're a kid. Conduct disorder precedes antisocial personality features, and you tend to see that stuff going back a long way. Now, why is that important? Because this person probably is going to have a history of prior criminal behavior, which means someone in prison might know them, somebody in a jail might know them, the local cops might even know them, right? That's important too. I mean, for God's sake, the guy has very specific visual characteristics, physical characteristics, the way he leans, the way he walks. They could be interviewing people in a prison setting or in a jail setting and saying, ever seen this guy before? Does he look familiar? You guys know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that you would want to talk to the demi-monde in the area who may have encountered this individual before. And then the other thing that's interesting about it is with that kind of person, since it's so personality based, chances are this person has done things in their life that are going to stand out to people, because I do believe this person's local. People in the local area would know that this is a person who has a very distinct personality. So what kind of personality do you tend to see in people that are cool-headed when committing a crime? They're usually extremely sensitive to being insulted, very
Say
explosive,
that again, Gary. You cut off.
they're usually very sensitive to being insulted and hold grudges for a long time. So what you tend to hear is things like, I remember that guy. He came into the supermarket once and somebody bumped into his shoulder and he started screaming at the guy, told him he was going to kill him. I remember that very distinctly. You know, that kind of a character, grudge holding, nasty, has to level the playing field kind of character. That's very, very important, because you start getting the sense that this person in the local area has been noticed either as somebody using drugs or committing petty crime or just being a jerk. Because you can't be a sadistic person cool under pressure like that without some kind of local stuff building up around you, that you have a personality that is nasty like that. People are going to know that about you. Okay. So then the other thing is, if you look at this guy, we don't actually know if this person is operating alone at all. And this kind of person, you know, when you're looking at him, the reality is that if this is some kind of group enterprise, financially motivated thing, it's entirely possible that this is a person working in some kind of cabal, but it's just the only one who got caught on the camera. Now, we've said for a long time, this looks sort of like the waiter that comes out and serves the food, because there's nothing personal about it. Doesn't seem to be anything emotional about it. But if there is any personal motive behind it, that person's more like the cook that we don't see. So the important thing to tell law enforcement, if I were looking at this, would be to say, you have to catch this person, and then this person will lead you to the center of the spider web. When you say to this guy, look, you know, your sentence could be dependent upon whether you give us information on who really told you to do this. I think you just have a financial stake in this. Somebody hired you, Now, what gives me that sense? Because if there's a personal thing here, and let's face it, there doesn't seem to be any clear, typical, you know, non-emotional motive here, right? The person would be more emotional and less callous, right? If you've ever seen a person who knows you, who kills you, for example, you see overkill. The person, it takes it out on you. They've destroyed your face. They've mutilated you. They've destroyed the entire house. So what I think is, this is just this person who got kind of hired or asked to go in and do this in a pragmatic way. And then when you take all the information, you put it all together, what it looks like is nothing went the way that it was supposed to go. You get the sense of this not particularly bright guy who went in there overly confident. I'm going to pull this, that, and the other thing off. And it didn't go the way it was supposed to go. And so my sense is this woman passed away during whatever it is that was supposed to happen. And then this idiot goes back to whatever group it is that said, or person who said, go do this for me, and said, now what? Well, we got to figure out a way to capitalize on this anyway. See, that kind of thing. Now, second point about that. Let's say it was just a homicide. Well, if it isn't a homicide by a person from the outside, then what would be the reason that a person who knows you would kill you? Well, there are two basically big reasons why you would do that. One reason is that you want to eliminate a person because they are an impediment to something that you want. They're in the way of money. They're in the way of a sexual partner. They're in the way of, they're a burden, and you want them out of the way. So, and as you all know, that's what I've called in my writing elimination murder. As a characteristic of elimination murder, it is so typical that I've made it a criterion of elimination murder, is you have to give the impression one way or another that somebody very, very, very far outside of the house did it. But because you're not very professional or intelligent or sophisticated, you make it look like an outside person did it, but you don't stage properly that there was a robbery or a sexual motive. So anybody with half a brain knows that it doesn't make sense, because a person who's going to break in a house to kill you has to have a clear reason to do so, right? You don't do a good job of staging that. So you sort of mess that up. The second possibility is you just hate the person's guts for some reason. And you, like I keep saying, you would see a much more emotional scene here. There would have been much more going on there. So this looks to me much more pragmatic, and it involves so it's you guys follow? It looks very pragmatic, and it looks like it's been carried out by somebody who wasn't particularly bright, but who didn't give a flying leap about humanity. Saw people basically as some kind of a means to an end or a meal ticket or something like that in a callous way, and probably has a long history of doing that in a petty way. And because they're not particularly sophisticated, I think that people in the area have encountered this person, and they should be going around talking to people, particularly in legal settings, in jail settings or prison settings, saying, this guy look familiar? It's a lot of money on the line here. You could really benefit. You want to turn this dope in? Anybody have any idea who this is? I also think this is a local. I really do. I think this is a local. And I don't know. I'm curious if you guys agree with that.
I agree.
But comfort in the familiarity suggests to me local. Now, is there anything in what I said that isn't adding up or making sense to you guys? It sounds like it jives with your own feelings about things, but you tell me.
Exactly.
I think you're right on, Dr. Gary. And I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. Remember, people out there, if you're watching, you can recognize somebody the same as if you're identifying. So don't think that, well, because he's got a mask on, I can't make an identification here. There's something where you can say, I recognize that person, and it'll hold up in a court of law.
Mm-hmm. Well, those
corroborating factors. Yeah.
All I was going to say is that those type of offenders also tend to monitor everything you're saying about them. So don't be shocked, for example, if the person's watching this. When we talked about Kohberger, we knew that Kohberger was probably watching everything we say. To this day, I wait to get a letter from Kohberger. And I'm telling you, I told Keith Morrison when he interviewed me for Dateline, I said to him off camera, Keith, I'll let you know when I get the letter. There will be a day when that type of person decides that they want to know how you understood them. And they reach out to you. Listen, now that it's safe, I can't help but ask, how'd you know? Right? Well, I think this type of person watches. And I mean, don't you guys all think?
Well, Gary, can I ask a question? You mentioned demimonde. And most people wouldn't, I recognize the term.
Yeah.
Now, would this gentleman be a customer of what we'd refer to as a sidewalk independent female entrepreneur?
That type of character could be, yeah.
Or would it be internet porn?
Well, listen, if there had been a sexual motive, in this crime. One of the first things that I suggest when I'm asked about cases is talk to the local talk to the local sex workers. So like if we thought there was a serial sex offender involved here, or a serial killer, it's very, very important that you speak to them, because that, like, they did that with many cases. Like, for example, Henry Wallace. You ask them, and then they start to say things like, yeah, there is a guy who sort of sounds like that, and he makes me do things that are like bondage related, or he likes to strangle me and says he'll pay me extra if I do it.
The
Or he
family
calls me
show. So be
Yes,
careful.
I know, but what I'm getting at is that there would be fantasy elements that have to be fed by something. And so that helps catch people. Now, if this were a serial kind of offender where there was a gerontophilia, like a sexual attraction to elderly women, like some people are suggesting in the audience, what happens with fantasy related offenders is that you do a lot of stuff that is not practically necessary to commit the crime. So that you that starts to give you away, right? Like you notice that across 3 crime scenes, the person is always strangled with black stockings, that kind of thing, because the person absolutely must do a thing. They feel compelled to do it. There's nothing that we know of in this story that even remotely hints at something like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he has a fetish to put flower pots outside. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing that stands out as sexually bizarre or anything like that. I just don't think so. I think that's off, unless, of course, there was fluid left. But even that doesn't necessarily mean sexual motive. I am aware of offenders who've told me that they've ejaculated, had an orgasm out of anxiety while committing a crime, or a bowel movement, or urinated, because they're so nervous in what they're doing, but it's not a sexual motive. You guys are aware of cases like that, aren't you? Where people have bodily reactions because of nervousness,
Yes.
right? So you can't even necessarily presume a sexual motive, even if there's fluid. So, and it is plausible that it's possible, but again, statistically improbable. But so to answer your question, John, look, with those type of offenders, I don't know. With this guy, I don't see anything sexual that sends me wondering about that. But I would bet that in his particular fantasy life, in his private life, or what he may do in the demi-monde, or what he may be viewing on his computer, I would expect themes that were probably a little cruel and that had to do with degradation, because you're talking about a person who could attack an 84-year-old woman callously. And so that type of person has to have at least a compartmentalized, if not highly aggressive personality, to be able to do that to a woman, particularly an elderly one. How could that personality not carry over into a person's sexual world?
What's this guy's personal life like? What's this guy's personal life like, you think?
Well, let's put it this way. He certainly, there's certainly going to be something wrong with his attachments and his ability to relate to people in a way that it suggests socialization, right? To be able to be that cruel and horrible to somebody who has never done a thing to you in the world, right? Who almost is the archetype of innocence, right? Like a little kid or an elderly woman sleeping in her bed. You can't be especially socialized. So you have to ask yourself, where does a person like that come from? How could a person be that callous? Have they been abused? Did they grow up in a situation where they had to get involved in illegal activity or gang activity to meet their needs and they feel entitled, right? Were they just born that way? There's something very, very nasty about that type of person. And if you are that type of person, chances are your relationships are going to be characterized by non-reciprocal relations, controlling people, and being cruel to them. I would, if I had to make an educated guess, there is some woman out there who has had a relationship with Door Guy and probably had some DV situations in that situation, or felt highly controlled by him. You guys know what I mean about that? Okay. And so that's another thing, that you want to be thinking about. You could be looking at records of people like that. Actually, the kinds of predictors that would be much more important for violence would be things like drug use, committing domestic violence, or having any kind of prior record, things like that. So that's why I think whoever this is, and I know there is someone who's been saying that in the news recently, and I'm frustrated I can't remember who it is, but I am increasingly convinced that Door Guy is already known by the law. He's out there somewhere in the records. He's a record. That's right. Don't you guys suspect that this
Yes.
guy's first
Oh, yeah.
wrote with crime? Right. So then,
So,
that
which way are you leaning more towards? Somebody hired to, like you always talk about the chef and the waiter. So, do you think this is a kidnap for hire, or do you think he just got in there and took her out? And
I
then
think that somebody more intelligent than the person that we see on the camera made an arrangement with the person at the door or people that were involved and basically said, this is what I want you to do. Here's some information, case the place a little bit. Here's some information about her, and her whereabouts, study her a little bit, whatever. But I think that whoever did it, I am not sure yet if it was a flat out homicide where you make it look like something else, or if it was a financially motivated abduction attempt that went haywire because you hired a moron. It's one or the other. It's in my mind, it's one of those things. And you didn't get a professional. You got somebody who like plays one on TV with the silly, what are you talking about?
No, Dan Stover, right when you said he hired a moron.
We hired a moron. You didn't hire a pro.
Yeah.
And because let's face it, if you hired a pro, a lot of this crap that you see on that camera wouldn't have happened. And they certainly would know how to wear a firearm and to put it in the right holster and all that. I keep making the joke. You guys might have heard me that the guy in the camera looks like Ralph Cramden when he's dressed up as the man from space. Remember, he takes everything in the house and he makes that ridiculous costume on the Honeymooners. He looks like that, like he threw it together with the crap that was in the house. It's amateur hour, right? Do you guys feel that way too? That it looks amateur hour? Like he looked up, how do you look like a criminal?
One of these days, Norton.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Everybody keeps making the joke that when Artemis went to the moon, they found Alice Cramden there.
To the moon, Alice.
Oh, Alice. Right. Yeah. But
Anyway,
anyway,
here's a question, Gary.
What'd you say?
I've got a question.
Tell me.
All right, what does this guy eat? Fast food? He doesn't look to me like he looks to me like he's overweight. Do you begin looking at I would go to, he looks like he might eat fast food. And I would be, at this point, we're grasping at straws. If what appears to be, I would hit every McDonald's and Burger King and just hit them all. Does this guy look familiar to you? And he's probably a creature of habit. He probably goes to the same one. Does this look like a guy or behave like a guy who goes to the Whole Foods and gets a bunch of groceries and cooks meals? No, it's a microwave or fast food. And that might be another way to look for him.
That's a very interesting point. But and also the fact that there appears to be more than one date they're looking at suggesting somebody who may have been casing the place, and yet there were such stupid amateur hour mistakes and nothing went the way it was planned. In other words, you have to picture somebody who is calculating but not a very good planner, because they're not especially bright and they're probably not particularly, how shall we say, inhibited frontally, right? So you're talking about a person who is able to be callous and plan something out that is dastardly, but then it's executed kind of stupidly. And I think that's to our advantage, that's what you're dealing with, right? Now, the other thing is when you're dealing with people that are characterologically driven to do things and who knows, maybe a little attention is thrown in there as a secondary motive or something like that, you could take advantage of it at the level of what you're doing with the public. So, like, for example, if we were dealing with a somebody that we thought was a serial killer, a very classic move might be to hold a press conference where you come out and you say, we really want the public's help on what we think went on here. And you could bet the offender is going to attend it to see what people say, right? I mean, you could sometimes see these people show up at memorial events for the murders, or you put a camera by the grave, and you know they're going to show up at some point and visit the person that they've killed, or that kind of thing. So there are techniques you could use based on the psychology of the offender. With this kind of person, I think whoever the real person is behind, that's the guy, that's the person or persons who I'm particularly interested in, because I think whoever that person is knew this woman, and in day-to-day life probably seemed to her to be somebody that was kind of nice, like a helper figure, or a person that just knew her and was like, "Oh, hi, how you doing, Nancy?" And is in the meantime going, I could really capitalize on that woman. You see, and because that's the kind of person you would have to be scheming enough to get somebody to do this for you. You see what I mean? So you'd have to be a fragmented, compartmentalized kind of person, a wolf in sheep's clothing kind of person. And that's the other thing I keep thinking about is whoever's behind the curtain. That's a shocking kind of a figure that I'm envisioning, because you got to picture a person who in public is one person and behind closed doors is another. You know what I'm saying? Now, is it plausible they're one and the same? Yeah, that's entirely possible too. I mean, if you want to do Occam's razor, the guy at the door is all there is.
Explain Occam's razor for folks, because there are some.
Oh yeah, that's good, because the point here is to teach how we think, right? So Occam's razor is the idea that the simpler thing is probably the truer thing. Like, it's more likely that one thing probability wise is true than multiple things probability wise is true. So, like, for example, if let's say a person comes into an emergency room and has a heavy cough and a stomach ache and is having trouble going to the bathroom, the intelligent doctor would say, let's try to think of something that explains all three things rather than three different conditions that have to be present in the same individual. Chances are there's one, right? Now, from a logic perspective, what I have been fascinated by listening to how people are interpreting this case, I think a lot of people are engaging in what in psychology we call heuristics, right? Which is where, it's a thing that's left over, evolutionarily, where we like to put things into very quick categories and buckets because it saves cognitive energy. It's the same reason, for example, why racism exists. We make very rapid snap judgments to save cognitive time. And it's sort of the opposite of what human beings should be doing with our very advanced, frontal lobes. We should be able to hold thought and think things through and see individual differences. But we've got a low brain that makes us kind of primitive sometimes. And what happens with heuristics is something like this. Like, if you were to say to a person, what is the most common color for a car in New York City? Person might reason it out. I don't know. I'll make a guess. Red, black, whatever. But the answer is yellow, because the most common type of car is a taxi cab. Right. So, but because people put taxi cabs in a separate category from ordinary vehicles that people are using, they make a mistake in their logic, right? And heuristics are what happen when people aren't thinking statistically and in terms of probabilities. And so that's where I always start is likelihood of what we're dealing with. So likelihood is male, financially motivated. They knew her, probably wasn't sexual, right? And what else would be statistically like? They're probably local.
What would you say to that guy right now?
To the offender? To the offender?
Yeah.
Or to the person behind the curtain?
Both. You gave me the chance, so I'm going to take both of them.
Well, I think to both of them, to the lower person, I would say the person who hired you or asked you to engage in this couldn't give a flying fig about you. And I would say, take the money and a plea deal and save yourself. Throw them under the bus, because in the final analysis, this person doesn't care about you at all. This was a gig, and you didn't do a particularly good job of it. And he has no use for you whatsoever. And now there's a messy situation that doesn't make a lot of sense. But so I say, come forward, do what you can to save yourself. You're a selfish person anyway. That's probably what you'll do. And in the meantime, search your soul because you did a terrible thing, although I know you don't care. The second person, the person that's probably behind the curtain, that person, I would say, I know that you probably think you're more intelligent than all of us, but you're going to get caught. The reality is you are going to get caught. And when the light shines on what you did, the people around you are going to be horrified, because I think you're a person who is a wolf in sheep's clothing. And a lot of people are going to get hurt, whoever you are. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're the pool man or the mailman or somebody more intimately. I don't know. I only know that whoever you are, there's something about this that suggests to me that there's another motive. And I think part of it is that you are enjoying that you think you are more intelligent than everybody else, and you're not. I mean, so you might as well come forward at this point. And I mean, what do you guys think? Is there anything you would add to that, or do you agree?
I'll go around. Ahrens?
I seriously doubt if whoever the perpetrator or perpetrators are in this crime, have any morals at all. And thus far, it's been over 2 months. They've gotten away with it. It was obviously botched. They didn't get any money. If in fact Dr. Brucato is right in his thinking, I tend to agree this is financial motivated crime.
Yeah.
They haven't gotten any money. They have not been arrested. Their names have not been made public. They've gotten away with it. So I don't think there's any motivation for them to come forward. They're not thinking like, I need to get ahead of the game and just come clean. All right, it's me. Gotten away with it, sadly. And hopefully something new will come up and it'll be another explosion of activity, which is sometimes these cases can take months, years before something happens. And I hope it's not one of those cases, but your analysis, Doc, was fantastic. I mean, it was textbook, the way you've analyzed this from every angle, every motivation possible, and the mindset of these people and the crooks. I mean, that was a classic profile if I ever heard one. So
Been doing it for a while. But I would say this, also based on statistics, I think it's safe to say that it is highly improbable that she is alive.
Yeah,
I have
would
said
agree.
several times, you guys have all heard me say this before, but for people who are here that are hearing this for the first time, statistically in an abduction, there is a 24 to 48 hour window during which proof of life is put forward, and you want that person out of your hands because you know that the longer you're with them, the more likely it is you're going to get captured. You want them the hell out. And then it's usually resolved within 7 days. There was no proof of life, not the slightest indication whatsoever. I personally think it is highly improbable that she is alive. And also based on statistics, I don't even believe that there is an intact body. I do not believe that somewhere you're going to find her in one piece. In 2026, I can tell you, and Burgess and Victor Petrecka and I have studied this. This is what we do all day long. And in 2026, you eliminate as much of the body as you can because you know the science is going to catch you. So what you generally do is you dismember, or you mutilate, or you burn, or you etc. Or you leave someplace where animals will do that for you. So unfortunately, I would be absolutely flabbergasted if it turns out there's an intact set of remains buried someplace or laying someplace. And I hate to say it, but we have to go by statistics. And so that's another problem here, is that, if we were dealing with somebody that I think had morals, I would say, please, even just to give closure to the family, for God's sake, come forward, but I don't think so. And, so do you guys agree with me that it is very likely that she's deceased and probably not attacked?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, let's take a vote. Who thinks she's gone? Show of hands.
Definitely. Was there any hand that didn't go up? I didn't see. Okay. 'cause
How about in the chat? Give give a thumbs up emoji if you think she's gone. Yeah, it's sad. It's definitely sad. So, Gary, and hopefully the audience really appreciated how this thing has flown here tonight. Our flow. And John, what were you going to say? John, I can
I
tell
was
you one.
just going to say, regarding the message, the one thing I think I would tell the fellow on the porch, because I wouldn't waste my breath with the guy behind the
Wow,
curtain.
look at the chat. Look at the chat. I'm sorry, John. I mean to interrupt.
Is that I would tell the guy on the porch that if he is still alive, he remains so at the convenience of the guy behind the curtain. And if this case ever begins to break in a direction where he might be identified, I believe he'll be eliminated because he has his value has been used up.
Mm-hmm.
And if it begins to, in fact, if you wanted to be cruel, you could even leak the information from the department. Oh, we think we're on the verge of identifying the guy on the porch. I think that would be wrong, but you probably shouldn't do that. But I truly believe the guy behind the curtain will eliminate the guy on the porch just to protect himself. So keep that in mind if you're watching, that you're potentially living on borrowed time.
Well, or hired somebody to get rid of not do it himself, right? Because this is a cowardly person who casts attention away. It's sort of like there was an old lady who swallowed a fly. Remember that whole thing? Like,
Yep.
Swallowed what was the whole thing? Swallowed the horse to catch the cow, to catch the goat, to catch. Remember that thing? But I don't know why she swallowed a fly, right? But it feels kind of like that. You have to wind up like following the trail. But I'm telling you, there's a spider at the center of this web. And that is one manipulative dude, whoever. And I say dude because the probability is 8 times more likely that a violent act is committed by a male. So there is some control freak dude at the center of this story.
Or the chef could be a female.
They'd have to have an extremely personal grudge.
I'm just saying.
And be taking advantage of other people. For females to do something like this, you generally speaking, the idea is that you have a very personal reason to want to do it. You involve men partly for practical reasons. Like, I might have a hard time lifting a body, but you wouldn't. Right. So a male, you use a male to do it, even just for practical reasons, that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But I'm talking about the person behind the curtain.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? But I think that I think what
that's an interesting point that Dan brings up here.
There could be a woman who is the truth.
How does that change the dynamic?
Behind the curtain.
Yeah, we'll just call her the wizard behind behind the curtain.
Again, it would be statistically very, very improbable.
And would the guy on the porch listen to a woman like that?
Yes.
If there's supposed to be a good amount of money involved, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. No, it's now I'm curious, Chris, if we could, because at this point now we're getting into the guessing game, because so the question
we're 3 hours and 23 minutes.
3 hours and 20 minutes. We probably have about 10 billion questions, but we've
got a couple questions, and I don't want to.
So could I just ask a quick question of the group then, just as like a poll of the group?
Please.
I think the audience wants to know it based on their questions.
Yeah.
So how many of us think that this was a flat out homicide, and how many of us think that this was something else that went sideways? I'm just curious, because our thinking keeps shifting, and I'm just really curious what people think.
No, I think it was like your first explanation, Doc.
Yeah,
was spot on for what I feel, what my gut's telling me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I think something went wrong. Something went bad.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's my sense right now. But is there anybody who thinks it was just a homicide being staged to look like something else? Can't take it off the table.
No,
you can't. You can't.
But
I-
As
more
Mike
like,
Tyson said, yeah, everybody's got a plan until they get punched.
Because if you wanted her dead, why wouldn't you just go in and whack her?
Yeah,
And why stay
exactly.
Go in
there?
the house and whack her.
Why move the body? Why exactly?
Why put yourself in that position? DNA and everything else getting caught with the body. Why do all that? You can just go in and whack her.
Well, it's an interesting question. In cases that involve fantasy, you do all that extra stuff because it's necessary for the fantasy. It's not necessary pragmatically. So the more stuff you see that's not pragmatic, the more you think person knew her. There was something else to it. There was something personal.
And I'm just wondering, with all of the pre-incident organization, if in fact those photographs are accurate in terms of what they have, if the one picture where the guy's there and the dates that they're trying to nail down. I've often thought about, has this guy also, surveyed the dump site? Did he have it down to the point, or whoever's involved in this, right? Did they have it down to the point where, let's say they go in. I don't think it's a robbery for me anyway.
Nothing taken.
I'm not leaning robbery. And the fact that this is so rare.
So rare.
And the fact that, to what Danny's point was earlier, this person so far has gotten away with it. And, there's some anomalies here about, the door left open, the blood, and all the other stuff that we've heard about. But I don't know if we've thought about, what was happening before. Did this person know, okay, we've got A, B, C, and D, and this is where we're going to drop her off once it's all done. And now that person knows, that we're going to do a body dump in the desert, and we're going to put her out where all the coyotes are. And to your point earlier, Gary, that everything disappears.
Right.
Because, you got to give them credit right now. The suspect, they have gotten away with it for, how many days are we into this? 71 days now? Okay. So there was a lot of thought process that went into this, or a lot of luck. I don't know, at this point what it is. What do you guys think? What say you guys?
There's a lot of mistakes early on that could be why this
you're right.
person's been lucky to get away.
Well, that's a really good and depressing point.
Very unfortunate.
It's true. Yeah. Well, but I think we have to, if we imagine ourselves into a person who is sort of probably average intelligence, seems cool under pressure, but things don't tend to go the way that they plan because they're kind of impulsive and a little, not especially bright, a little instinct driven, that kind of thing, and willing to do very, very callous things for practical ends. What would you do under the circumstances of an 84-year-old woman has passed away that you were supposed to take out? You've got the tools there you were intending to use for an abduction. You're going to have to use them to take her remains somewhere. What would you do? You
that's going to be the
car and do what?
That's going to slam the door, because if they get DNA out at, let's say, a secondary, what we would call a dump site, if they get DNA at a dump site, okay, and it's one thing to say that there are certain people inside the house and you would expect that DNA in there, and that will be we're going to do a buccal swab. Well, you're going to find my DNA in there. I'm there all the time. Okay. But if they find that DNA out at a dump site somehow, somewhere, that's transferred, now we got a different game.
That's a game changer. Sure.
That's a game changer. And my concern is the first, if this new DNA comes back, whatever that's going to be, and it goes, well, yeah, to that first point I was, talking about. Well, of course I've been at that house 1,000 times. Okay. Now what? Where do you go?
Well, let me ask a question, and let me be absolutely clear that I am aware that the search of the house of the family members was before there was clearance by the sheriff and so forth.
Yeah.
But is it plausible that the reason for that was precisely that they thought that when somebody passed away, they were taken somewhere, and that there was a sense, that, or if a person is alive and being held, you're looking for things like, are you buying a lot of food? Are you buying medicine? Is there stuff in the garbage that suggests there's someone living in a room or whatever? In other words, is it possible that before there was clearance, that to cross their T's and dot their I's, they had to figure out if that was a second crime scene? Anybody thinking that? I'm just curious.
I don't know if it would be from my thought process,
I'm
Gary.
just curious what you're thinking.
Answer the question real fast. From my thought process, I don't think they would have thought that was a secondary crime scene. I think that would have been maybe because the last time she was seen was getting out of that Uber. If that Uber driver said she went into that house, okay, that's the primary crime scene. Okay, the secondary crime scene
potentially
is her house.
Oh, that's an interesting comment. That's interesting.
And then there could be a third.
The dump site.
Wherever her body is, that's a third. Actually, and there could be a fourth. Whatever brought her body there, that's a crime scene.
There had to be a vehicle.
There had to be a vehicle. So
where was the cistern that they checked? Whose house was that?
Who thinks the sources are accurate? Oh, I'm sorry.
No. That's Bob. You anticipated a question that I think Chris was going to ask. So you might as well.
Who thinks the sources are correct when they say that investigators have absolutely no leads and suspects? How many think that's accurate?
I don't think that's accurate.
I don't think it's accurate at all, actually.
That's what I'd say. I want them to leave me alone.
I'll go back to the federal prosecutors walking the crime scene or walking Nancy's house. And quite frankly, I thought we would have seen
these guys?
I thought perhaps we would have seen a federal indictment by now. But I think that was very telling. And we know that prosecutors go to the crime scene, as they should. But the way that this was done and to the detail that this was done was, for me, telling. And I think there's a good chance that they do have some suspects in mind and that they're working them up. And there's probably some forensics involved in that. And that's why we haven't heard any more, about that. I don't believe that they're not working suspects. I do believe that the agents and detectives have suspects in mind and they're working a case on them. I believe that based on everything that I've seen. Am I the only one that thinks that?
No, I can't disagree with you, Bob, at all.
And what would be the motive for not telling the public you have somebody on the radar?
There's all leaks.
Yeah, they need more.
Yeah, these are all so-called sources, and this is, it may be accurate, but just based on my experience and what I've seen, and the body language from these prosecutors, once again, the detailed walkthrough of Nancy's house. I think that's more than just if we get suspects down the road, we're glad we came out here, because it's a lot more than that, in my opinion.
Yeah, and no body cases are very difficult, Gary.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're much harder than, Danny made a very interesting thought the moment we started tonight. The very first thing he said, when I get there, I know there's not a body. And now we're at the end of the program, getting here tonight, and we're ending on the district attorneys and the U.S. Attorney's Office are both going, we don't have a body yet. And that's what the attorneys are saying. I mean, Danny, you've been, this is not your first rodeo, Ahrens. I mean, what would Mark Patine say right now?
You got to prove corpus delicti. You got to prove there's a body that's dead, and that was done by illegal illegal method. And thus far, all we know is there's blood at the scene. That doesn't indicate that she's dead, but it does indicate something nefarious may have happened to her other than just a bloody nose. And it's the fact that it's outside the house would indicate that either they were trying to remove her or at some point she got out the front door and was grabbed and pulled back in. There's any number of scenarios that I can think of, but it's extremely hard to get a conviction of anybody where there is no body that's been found to find out what the cause of death is. And in fact, are they even dead? So it's extremely tough to do that. Not to say it hasn't been done. There have been homicide cases that have been made where the body has never been found and people have been held accountable for those murders. But
So
there
these were
a lot of
these
other
are
information that came out that pointed directly to that person. In this case, we don't have that.
so these are federal prosecutors, not
Yep.
state. So
Yep.
what do you think about that, Danny?
The fact that the feds are looking at
Yeah,
it.
why are federal prosecutors walking the crime scene as opposed to Pima County DA's office?
And we know, in fact, those were or not
Yes,
just
in fact, the U.S.
attorney.
attorney. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The U.S. Attorney's Office in Arizona put out some kind of 2-line confirmation a day or two after this video surfaced that they were walking the crime scene.
It's hard to tell. I mean, we had a case in 1989 in Oceanside, very famous case with a 7-year-old girl that was kidnapped, Leticia Hernandez. And eventually, within about 6 to 8 months of that disappearance, the feds came in and actually did a federal grand jury. They did not get a true bill on that, so no indictment was made against the person. Everything was sealed up. So it's possible that that's what happened in this case, or that's what's happening, or they're considering a federal grand jury against one or more persons in a conspiracy.
I think if it goes federal, which I believe it will, it's going to be by way of grand jury. That's almost a certain.
That's a logical starting point.
But I just wonder also. I'm sorry, John. Let me just make this one point. I'm just wondering also if they don't have suspects in mind and they're looking at other federal charges other than homicide at this point, and then they'll use that as the basis to go forward with whatever else they can. That's what I'm thinking at this point.
You actually presaged my question, which is it the interstate aspect of this that then leads them, as you say, to start the ball rolling, but they can get a federal indictment and then proceed from there.
And if there's, we all know this, but for the audience, if there's more than, if it's an out of state, if it's a multi-jurisdictional out of state case, then the federal U.S. Attorney's Office would have jurisdiction. And as I've said before, if I'm correct, if this theory is correct, that they're going to go federal, they didn't do this on their own. They didn't just say, well, we're taking it. They consulted with the DA's office and I'm sure the detectives and the agents on the case, and maybe even Nanos himself, to go federal on whatever they're doing. But I do believe that we're going to see a federal prosecution at some point down the road here, and probably sooner than later on the indictment.
And keep in mind, there is no federal statute of murder. The feds don't have a murder statute. What they have is depriving someone of their right to live. That's depriving them of their rights. And causing that person's death is the mechanism to get that indictment. So, I mean, it's semantics, but that's the federal take on the murder statute. So,
yep.
You guys are amazing. Seriously, I'm always honored to have you guys on. I mean, this has been a fascinating conversation. I've got a bunch of things lining up here. And
it was a fun idea, right?
I'm sorry?
It was a fun idea.
Yeah, it was a great idea. And that's why you're Gary Brucato. I mean,
No,
writing
but
books and
everybody really
everything.
rose to the occasion. It was like listening to a master class.
Yeah, it was a great idea.
I loved it.
Yeah, it was fascinating. I mean, just where can you get a group like, with no hair on the top and all the hair on the bottom? I mean, it's like Chia Pet on the top up there.
And it's real.
Dan, Gary, and I, we've all used, the water. You just pour it and it pops up out of nowhere. I can't get these three up above me to figure that piece of the puzzle out. I've known him for years.
Chris, we live too close to the San Onofre nuclear plant. That just affected our
Seriously, you've been absolutely amazing, and I think I can't thank you enough. So I'm just going to run through these. So give a get in and get out for our audience so that we can get them home, in time. I'm sure their parents are looking for them. And so we've got to, and I know Ahrens is in the middle. He's going, man, I got to look at my watch.
How many? Are there hundreds?
It's 11 o'clock my time. I'm starting to feel it, or 11:30, whatever it is.
42, 43.
11:43.
43 questions.
Me too, Dan.
A lot of them are statements. But out of all due, just real fast. And if you guys want to hang around, you can. If not, I totally understand. I can't thank you enough. But but before you do that, just let me know so I can.
No, I'm here.
Sure. I'm good to the end.
Good? Okay.
This is alumni night for me with you guys. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't fish at night, so go ahead.
And did you catch anything today, by the way, Gilliam?
With dynamite.
Yeah. Exactly. Right, number one, Ashley said, we need somebody to tell the truth. Perhaps she's directing towards a specific person she knows that is lying. That is a possibility. Did Uber pick up at the walkway? Is blood from earlier that day, blood concentration due to locking doors? Where is her cane? These are great comments. And we don't know where, the blood trail, the totality of the blood trail. We just know it's out there onto the sidewalk. Dan, what were we going to say?
Well, if that blood had been there prior to this whole incident, surely she would have told somebody at the party or the dinner that she was at that, she bled or had a bloody nose and was outside and went back in and cleaned up. So I tend to believe strongly that blood is associated with her disappearance. And not something that was as old or outdated blood that everybody is jumping to the wrong conclusion.
Okay, this is based on everything. SG's husband, it's a cleanup job, okay? I'm not leaning that way personally, but if that's how you feel, thank you so much. Even the experienced FBI team didn't take the mat door. Does that suggest perhaps they all know there's no need because the crime happened somewhere else? They should have taken the mat.
Yep.
They should have taken the mat. Did the family compromise the scene when they got there Sunday? Did they think they were immune from everything because the DNA would naturally be theirs?
They're not thinking that way. When they're arriving, they're wondering, where's mom? Did she walk away? They're not thinking crime at that point. When they started thinking maybe they find the blood, that changes their mindset. And then anything that happens after that, then potentially they are inadvertently compromising the crime scene. I don't think intentionally would be the right way of looking at it.
Okay. So many believe Nancy never came home. What does the panel think actually happened? Do you see this? Yes. Yeah. And we talked about that. Thank you so much. I know that was an earlier question. I hope you got the answer based on the conversation we've had here tonight. And thank you so much for your kindness. Was it already too late to seal off the streets and set up the perimeter? What do you guys think? We kind of weighed in on that early too.
Yeah.
No, well, no, it's never too late. Yeah, it's never too late to extend it and keep it going. But once you shut it down, the light bulb, it's like hitting the switch. You got to go back and you got to convince a judge again, even though you get consent from the family, if they found anything in there, it's called fruit of the poisonous tree, and the defense will attack that right from the get-go, and they'll try to get it thrown out even before the trial starts. That's called pretrial hearings and stuff. Law Lassie, where were the prosecutors? They could have explained to Nanos how he was endangering the case and shut him up. That's a
I can answer that. The prosecution can't really dictate what the sheriff of the county is going to do until it becomes the prosecutor's case. Once they file charges, then they have total autonomy over the case, and the sheriff is going to have to take the back seat. It hadn't reached that point yet.
Yeah, Penny said, I heard the pacemaker information is 145 after she's sedated. I don't know if this is confirmed. Have you heard any of this? No, I've not heard it. Anybody else? I just know the timeline what the sheriff put out. Okay. Please comment on theory one, garage app controlled, meaning Nancy was never returned home. Two, Cal Texture guy is involved somehow and may be talking. I have not taken personally the Cal guy off of the plate because he injected himself into the highest profile, case going on in the country. And he just happened to know family members' phone numbers that he explained away as just doing an open source search. Could he be? I wouldn't take him off the plate. Anybody else thoughts on that?
Highly likely, in my opinion, that he's just an opportunist trying to make a buck.
Okay. Anybody else?
I think there's again, no coincidence. I don't believe in him. I think it's likely he's involved.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't take him off.
Dan,
No, you never totally disregard anybody, but my personal opinion is just an opportunist trying to make a buck.
what a bunch of strong, good-looking heroes tonight on this live. No, please, enough. Don't talk about their craniums like that. Please don't do that. They got 10-pound brains already, as Maureen says. And by the way, she would have been here, but she's with her sister, and bless her, for taking care of her sister. So what a bunch of strong, I got to read this again. It's so exciting. What a bunch of strong, good-looking heroes tonight on this live. Thank you for your service. Well, thank you, Casey.
Get to rehab. That's all I've got to say. Get to rehab.
I don't know how much John Lamb paid you to put that up here, but we're grateful for you.
Get those cataracts treated.
Yes.
I didn't know baloney patch was so sexy.
It says Goodle.
I'll throw in an optometrist appointment for you after this. Theory, Nancy committed S and the family covered it up, squashed negativity. Okay, thank you. Dr. G, which serial killer is the most intelligent and which one disturbed you the most?
Well, that's worthy of a conversation.
Yeah, you got to read his book. You got to read his book. Go read The New Evil.
Right.
It's all in there. I would like to know how many times, if any, A&T tried to call Nancy that morning before driving over to her house and reporting her missing, and why they didn't check with the siblings to see. We would also like to know that. That is a great question, great comment, and hopefully we can get that answer. Could the motive have been to hurt TNA rather than to hurt SG? Could the perp have wanted revenge for some reason on TNA, on the sister and the brother-in-law? Gary?
Again,
30 seconds. Bob?
Simplicity.
No.
Simplicity. Think of probabilities. Simplicity and probability. When you start getting into things that sound like the plots of movies, chances are that's not what happened. It's complicated. You know what I mean? It's probably much simpler than that. Don't you guys think that would be too elaborate?
Agreed.
Yeah, even though the sheriff cleared the family, we know the FBI has not publicly cleared anyone. Let's assume the FBI has interviewed the family. What is possibly going on behind the scenes? Who wants to take a shot at that?
Yeah, we just don't know. It would be over speculation, in my opinion.
Yep.
Agreed.
Yeah. But we know it's good if it's happening. Let's see here. Did Uber pick up at Walkway? I think I put this up earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did. I answered that. Okay. Dog likely scared them off from activity at back. I love your comments about standing back quietly and observing. I run an animal rescue and do with my animals coming with trauma. Is Dan single? Which one?
Well, there are two of them. There are two
Dapper
of them.
Dan? Dapper Dan? No, Dan. Dapper Dan above is really married. Dapper Dan to the well, it's going to be to your right, and he's married too. Sorry, ladies, they're off the market, but we appreciate you and your compliments. I'm sure their wives do too, because they both married so far up they can't see straight. Let's get that piece of the puzzle. You know, when I married my wife, she looked down and go, "What did I do?" We'll fix that later. Okay. Anyone think it's odd that AD hid their faces? Haven't used the media to plead for Nancy's safe return. Annie's weird line, "We're only human" during one videos. What say you guys?
I'm sorry to Chris. I keep thinking of Rodney Dangerfield when he says,
I know.
I was the inspiration for twin beds.
Well, when I can tell you some stories. 30 seconds. We're in the back of a plane. I'm with that guy up there, my mentor, and he's got me next to a guy. And I'm thinking, why me? Right? And Hollywood up there, he says, because basically, I'm not going to tell you the real answer, but it was the guy that I was sitting next to really liked me a lot. So you know who I'm talking about. Anyone think it's odd that okay, I already just read that. It's great to be among friends. Did Gary Dr. Gary, I just found your page and thoroughly enjoyed it. I love piano. You're very talented and express your gifts so beautifully. Thank you. Well, that's very sweet. Thank you, Dan.
Chris is very talented.
That's very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. What sort of info about the suspect can you glean from the contact with TMZ versus other news agencies, assuming at least one of the ransom notes is real? That's a great question.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of all those TMZ notes. I think the vast majority of them are nonsense, and I almost wish that they would stop drawing so much attention to them, because whoever that person is, that kind of person is eating that up.
Why are you asking for a Bitcoin when there's $1.2 million on the table? That makes no sense.
Makes no sense. And as Judge Judy says, if it doesn't make sense, it isn't true.
That's right. Christine, that same night investigators were ATs, there was insane coyote howling behind their house. You know, yeah, we heard that. Brian Enton actually was there, and he'd never heard coyotes howl. Never heard again since that night. That was pretty interesting for sure. The Tahoe Odain Reservation crosses into Sonora, Mexican. I think Nancy attackers took this route and brought her to Mexico. Well, it's possible, but I don't see her going to Mexico. Not at her health condition, and too high of a risk to manage her on that side of the border. Now, could they have taken her over there and dropped her off as a body dump? I could lean that way, but I don't see that was the plan.
Chris, if you left the area, let's say you had a corpse in a car and you left the area, is it safe to assume that there are video cameras at all of the toll booths? And could be checked. They must have looked to see if the vehicles that they were looking at crossed through toll booths.
Tucson has a system that they know when you're coming and going. Trust me. Okay.
So
they have a real-time crime center up there. So there's stuff that they can see.
It makes me wonder. I mean, if they were looking at any particular car, I mean, they obviously would have checked to see if it left the area.
Yeah,
right?
and that's you notice you're not hearing anything outside of the area.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You're not hearing the Fed say, "Everybody check your cameras 5 miles away," because they have a system called Flock. Everybody knows it. I can tell you one of the systems. It's FLOCK. Flock cameras get you coming and they get you going. Okay, that's just, and they're like LPRs, license plate readers. Why do you think the FBI or LE isn't asking the public's help? Okay, I just answered that. Thank you. Can we do a mobility assessment on NG? She used it came for assumed balance issues. The front door had 2 steps. Right. The garage had a slant. How did Nancy get into her own house on a mobility slant? That's a great point. That is a great point. And that's why I think it's important to get the data point if that garage ever went up again, even the next morning. We don't have that data point. That's bothered me from the very beginning of this thing.
Yeah.
So that's, Dr. G, does a janitor custodian fit the bill? A porch guy is the waiter. Great analysis tonight. Thank you. And fascinating. Crime Time 411.
I don't know. I think that it's complicated because based on the character that we envisioned, it's not likely that this person is doing something very sophisticated for a living. I would picture somebody that, is working maybe in like a trade or that kind of work based on what I'm seeing. But I wouldn't necessarily, be that specific in the interpretation, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did that kind of work. I don't think they're a lawyer or a politician or that kind of thing. I mean, they're probably trade work.
Okay. Dr. Gary, can the less successful older child become vengeful towards the mother for paying more attention towards the successful baby child?
That's a complicated question to answer because it points to a very specific people that you're obviously suggesting or maybe involved here. I think what I would say is in general terms, can that happen? Yeah, I've seen every imaginable permutation of family dynamic there is. I mean, there's no rule. People aren't cookie cutter, and they develop all kinds of strange tensions and so forth. I mean, family dynamics are extraordinary in terms of what can go wrong. Remember the opening line when you get a chance, go read the opening line of Anna Karenina, and that'll sum it up.
Okay. Should Ellie look at memorials for message to the family? Yes, they should. Absolutely. I got to be honest with you. I thought it was unusual for the family to place a note out on that memorial. Maybe that was a messaging to somebody. I don't know. Does the panel think this was a cover up? Anybody?
By whom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it possible the perps are brothers, cousins, hence loyal factor, no leaking? Anything is possible. Never say never. Latest demand letter, could it be semi-legit to get a quick closure to have remains identified? What all this person has to do is pick up the phone and say, FBI, yeah, I'd like that $1.2 million, not $30,000 in Bitcoin. Okay. It's that simple. Would you guys agree or disagree?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I agree.
But Chris, that actually prompts me to something I wanted to ask you. It's perfect timing to ask you this. If there's a line somewhere where people can call in with tips,
yeah,
what happens when people are calling in with tips that don't jive with your favorite hypothesis of the case?
I get a coffee cup from Danny Ahrens called McRockpile because I was assigned all of the crazy psychics, all the other stuff. Right. While everybody's out doing all the amazing police work, I get assigned to go with psychics in my car and go dig for victims that they're feeling the vibe. And when I come back to my office, it's right back there.
So did you talk to Miss Cleo? Is that who?
Oh no, I remember her from with the 900 number.
Just for my buddy Danny.
Dear Lord, no, but I think what I meant. Maybe you guys know what I was trying to say. If you have a bias, you might not pay attention to legitimate. Like when in the Manson case, the kid found the gun, and they stuck it on a shelf and didn't look for it for months. Oh, he's got the McRock. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. It was the stuff of legend.
That guy,
Holy Grail.
Remember, guy put. I come back to my office, and this is sitting on my desk. as a token of their appreciation, the team's appreciation of me chasing every crazy individuals. And now remind you that at that time, this was it was one of the biggest child kidnapping cases in the country, where it was profiled 3 times on America's Most Wanted.
And on the NBC show with Robert Stack.
Yeah, the Unsolved Mysteries.
Unsolved Mysteries, yeah.
Yeah. And so what the public didn't know is it was a mixed situation. Well, I was assigned to chase all the craziness going across the country. These turkeys were actually working the suspect, in another part of the investigation. It was a bilateral investigation, and so of course, I earned myself a cup. It says McRockpile because I was digging up everything that they said.
Well,
she's right underneath she's right here.
Going with the psychic theme, we had so many leads coming in, thousands. We had a whole database created just to handle it. And this is in 1989 and 90. And Chris got to know the area right below the I-5 bridge in San Luis Rey River in Oceanside very well, because the psychics kept saying, you're going to find the little girl's body near a body of water and a bridge. So immediately we all knew the area they were talking about, and he was down there digging up rocks and boulders. And thus he became
now the memory comes back to him.
Mick Rockpile.
I show him the cup.
I forgot that was so many years ago. I forgot all about that.
Yeah, thank you.
Chris tells that story all the time.
I'm teasing. I love
you
it.
always tell that story, Chris, but I'd never seen the mug, and I didn't know.
Oh yeah, this is the mug. Mick
Gothic fonts and everything.
Mick Rockpile.
That's pretty neat.
Can't make that up.
If you ever get a chance, go on YouTube and watch the SNL skit where Christopher Walken is a psychic who stops people to tell them completely arbitrary things, like when you go home, you're going to eat ice cream and you're going to get a headache, and he gets very alarmed and he says, "I've got to tell you something. Your kid is running on the floor you just mopped," and then he has like a psychic spasm. It's very, very funny. You've got to watch it because he's like a useless police psychic. It's really funny.
It's awesome. Should dog be investigated? Dog died December 30th. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, if the dog was healthy,
made it easier.
Because could it have been poisoned? Is that what the question? Yeah, right. Anything. Yeah. Would the dog die? Pre-incident. Does the panel think the inner circle has something to do with the crime?
We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. I think the panel thinks we wouldn't take them out of the circle yet in totality.
How are you guys?
They could be out of the circle already, but we just don't have enough information to make that determination.
So what do you mean by inner circle? Who are you including in inner circle?
The family.
Just the family? Not like people in church, people that might have worked in the house, neighbors. You're talking very intimate inner circle.
Yeah, don't leave the house yet.
Okay.
Right? You don't ever want to leave the house until the evidence takes you out of the house. We know that Nancy's not out of the house, but we know the suspect went into the house. So that means you stay in the house until you figure out how the suspect got out of the house.
You think it's a problem, Chris, that it's been handed over already?
To what?
That's been handed over and things are being taken out of it and all of that by people.
Well, a real good clue will be what happens to the house. Like in the D. Warner case, as soon as his wife disappeared, he started putting things, bank accounts started moving, that kind of stuff. And they found her inside the cylinder right there on the farm. He had welded her in. Okay. Those are the kind of things you start looking for. The more people do, the better, the stronger the case gets. That's that for investigators anyway. Does anyone on the panel think Nancy was drugged? Think about the blood droplets on the porch. I don't know if we can answer that. Any thoughts about team meeting the FBI? I already answered that.
Would have been pretty risky to drug an 84-year-old woman and then what? Drag her out?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Crazy.
make her more difficult to move.
Like, what's the practical reason for doing that? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's a bag of sex. Yeah. How much time is left for a prosecutor to go forward with a no body? Do you think the DA will prosecute a no body homicide when she has never prosecuted a homicide thus far? Well, hopefully we don't run into the DA's office the same way they ran into the sheriff's office.
Well, maybe they've got an assistant DA that's done a homicide case.
How do you know when it goes federal?
We'll know about an indictment.
Yeah, they'll say.
Thank you. Thank you for the free CSI lessons. Well, our pleasure. That's why we love having you guys here. This,
Who said they were free?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
There's a bill coming. Why are they not searching for Nancy's body? I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. Somebody out there is assigned this cup to do something. Trust me. It's happening still behind the scenes. We just don't see it. We can assure you, I think everybody on this panel can assure you it's something's going forward. Is it interesting? No Uber driver had been found or come forward at any point if they just wanted to, if they want to say she looked totally fine. I think they may have told the Uber driver right now, we need your cooperation. If you could, just kind of work with us, we'd appreciate it.
I heard there was a recording of the Uber ride, and that's what helps to establish that really happened.
Awesome.
Mhm.
Is that true? Have you guys heard that too?
I've heard that. Yes.
Yeah, that the Uber ride was recorded.
If no footprints, why more than one perp?
Footprints is an interesting question because out in the back where the door was propped open and everything, is there dirt or grass or
Grass.
what?
Grass.
So you would expect some.
Well, you would have expected them to take the mat.
Well, that's another story. But what I mean is, wouldn't you expect some footprints in the dirt?
Depends on the composition of the dirt, Gary.
Right. Well, that's true.
I think it all goes back to the beginning too with mistakes.
Yeah, Dan's right. I agree. Not claimed because of an inside job. We can't disagree with you. There's something somewhere, something we don't know. Everybody is innocent. The sheriff has said the family's been cleared, and we want to reiterate that also on the channel here. Would it help if ransom emails were shown for someone might recognize something such as a quirk or figure of speech or grammar or error? Yes, that would be maybe important, but most of them I think are emails coming in.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but haven't you all wondered why they're not being released? If there's something significant, put the text of them out. Why aren't they being released?
Well, I think and you guys tell me what you think. If it was my case, I would release how the family got into the house. I would say the family got there at whatever time it was, and they entered through the back because the door was propped open. And that right there would take a lot of heat away or add some type of stress in certain directions.
If this were my case, I would have released that timeline. I would have given approximates and been very, very basic and not any of this detail. You would not have heard any of this nonsense if it was my case.
Well, that's very smart, because if you were somebody who knows her personally and you might be questioned, that would have tipped you off of what to say in your BS story. I mean, that's the whole thing. Best to say nada and leave people,
Right. And that's why I'm saying at this juncture now.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Because what Bob just said, they put it all out there. And now it creates all this, even, I'm guilty of it, thinking, well, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Okay. And, you guys all know, you've been on the program multiple times. I've had a problem with 9:50 is the last time she was ever seen, period. And where's it all originate from? Well, it originates from the guy that drops her off. Okay, well, then how'd the guy get in the next morning or the family.
Yeah,
know?
you shouldn't be so finite with that tight of a time frame.
Right. Where's that?
You use approximates, not
Yeah.
detailed time measures.
And it goes towards co-pilot here, right? It circles this TNA arriving, the circle home. You have video of the perp. Exactly.
Hey, co-pilot.
Yeah, you know that.
Yeah, co-pilot's always talking back and forth with me.
Oh, awesome!
Oh,
Awesome.
well, one of the great puzzles of this case for me psychologically is that if all the facts as they're stated are true, we have a scenario where law enforcement thought that a person might have wandered off, and the family immediately knew that somebody was abducted because of Savannah. I mean, that's the narrative. That police looked at it and took them a little while to figure out, oh, this might have been an abduction, but the family knew like that. And I can't wrap my head around how that could be how could those two pieces of information be true at the same time? I mean, hasn't that puzzled you guys?
I
Yes.
totally agree with you.
It makes absolutely no sense unless you're remembering it that way because of some psychological, thing that people tend to do when they look back on something. But I cannot square those two pieces of information. It bothers
Well, I
me.
wonder if, so is that why Savannah called Senator Mark Kelly to call the sheriff? Because they were in the process of the search and rescue, and the family is trying to tell the sheriff, no, this is not a walk away. Something else happened. So you get my point, Gary?
Yes.
Yeah.
I get your point. It's an interesting, but I just think that is one of those things that when this is all over, I most want to understand is how those two pieces of information come together, because I can't square it.
Yeah, I totally agree. Sorry, you were freezing up, and you had this puzzled look on your face because
Who did?
you did. Your photo was your video was freezing
which
up.
Which part
on
did
my
I
end.
freeze up saying?
I won't go there.
Oh, okay. but you heard the part that's puzzling me.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. The
It was
rest
really the
rest
look on your
was,
face.
vamping.
Yeah, if the perf was wearing your
I
mask,
hope he said I won't go there. That's really
no blink. Yeah, great point.
so funny.
I'll tell you after the show.
Yeah, I got it.
I would love Dr. Giappini AG reading her prom poem. Yeah, that's another show.
I don't want to.
That's another show. If SG had any sense the family member was involved, would she have the strength to return to work? That's a personal thing. I don't know, Gary. Yeah, I don't know if anybody can. My Jack Russell's over here. He just woke up.
Well,
No, he's getting the zoomies.
a long show.
John, what year did you start as a police officer? I can answer that. 1834.
Actually got the last 1974.
Yep.
Dang.
Richard Nixon
Only
was
off by
still
100 years. What logical use would the kidnapper have to prop two back doors open unless it was to create a stage crime scene? Yeah. I you know what? We've seen crazier things, but you're right. That certainly is something to most definitely consider. Okay, that was the last one.
Wow.
That was the last one.
Well,
Danny, are you still awake?
I'm hanging in there here in Indianapolis.
Yeah,
I think Danny was a great addition. I have to say, you fit right in.
Hair Danny or bald Danny?
Both Danny's.
Both
new
Danny's. I
Danny,
love them
Danny
both. They're amazing.
I think Danny, that seriously, it was like you've been here the whole time. You fit right in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Dan, before you go, I have to ask you, did you work with Lisa Fox in the cold case unit?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
All right.
Okay. Dan Stover, tell them where to find you.
YouTube is at Big
There's
City
13,000
Dan.
people here, and we had 17,000, but some went to bed. So go ahead.
It's at Big City Dan on YouTube. Instagram is Crime Big City.
Go over and hit Dan's channels. Please subscribe. Drive his channels crazy. He's not only, as you can tell, a 10-pound brain, but he's a super amazing human being. And we love him over here at the interview room. So Danny, thank you so much for being here. John, where can they find your books?
You can find my books primarily on Amazon. There are 2 volumes out right now of my memoirs. The first is called Service with a Sneer. The second one is called Beach Blanket Bedlam. And the third will be coming out soon, which will actually has both Bob and Dan. I won't call him Bald Dan because that would be wrong on my part. Both of them actually are mentioned in the book because Dan was my CSI, working a lot of murders, and Bob in the book coming out apprehended a serial SA suspect. And so that book could be called Bring Out Your Dead, and it's looking like that'll be out hopefully next month.
Awesome. And they can get them on Amazon.
Yep.
They can, and the link will be below. Let's see here. Gilliam, I know you're fishing right now. Did you catch anything today?
Actually, I am not fishing. I'm scouting, but I am on the McKenzie River in Oregon, and I love it here. So that's why the background is a little different tonight. But there were some questions in the comments about that.
You have a flying fish behind you with a.
I do.
I see it now. Look at that.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Bobby, for being here always, and your contributions are.
Thanks for having me.
Always amazing. Thank you. And now, my buddy in the middle, Danny Ahrens. Go ahead.
No, this is somebody in the audience made a joke earlier. They can't get used to Bob without the gun safe.
I know, right?
Well, there's plenty of hardware here with me in Oregon, so there's no problem.
That's hysterical. And Maui just put up Dan's channel, so there you go. You guys can click on it in the link. Danny Ahrens, what can I say? You are not only just an amazing friend, but you're like one really, as they say, you are a very smart cookie.
Yeah. That voice.
Could you please call my wife and tell her that you said that?
Well, Tammy and I go way back. I'll put a good word in for you and let her know that you're the best. And I can never thank you enough, seriously, as a friend, for all that you did for me. You believed in me when I was a young, kid getting started in the homicide group. So thank you for everything. And of course, I cherish this. I really do, because it goes back to our friendship, and for many, many years.
Thank you, Chris. And thanks for inviting me on the show tonight. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Danny.
Danny is a great man of God, too. Trust me, behind the scenes. He's an amazing human being, as is everybody here. There's 2 sides to our personalities, believe it or not. I think all of us believe that there's a spiritual dynamic to when you're working with those who have gone on to the other dynamics, whatever that means. Dr. Gary Brucato, you guys can grab his book on Amazon. Make it go back to #1 if it's not still up at the top of the plate. But Gary, tell them where they can get your stuff.
Well, I've written a few books, but The New Evil is the one most people are looking for. You can find it in any major bookstore, Barnes & Noble, so forth, or you can go on Amazon. But I recommend that you get the printed book as opposed to the audio book, because you won't get the images. And there are some very unusual images there, serial killer artwork and things like that are important for understanding the psychology of the offenders. But anyway, thank you for everybody. And I have to say, I strongly recommend John's book. I've been reviewing to write you a blurb, and it's hysterical. I mean, I was like dying laughing on the train. It's really funny, and not to mention educational. So go buy John's books.
Awesome.
Definitely.
All right, everybody. We are grateful to not only you, but to our men and women of the services, the military out there who are protecting us, even as we sit here tonight. We're grateful for their service. We're grateful to all of our first responders, our nurses, our doctors, all those, who are, pulling duty in the ER and the gun and knife club, as we used to call it. There's nothing greater than having a doc at the ER when you're standing over somebody and the doc says, "What happened?" And you say, "The knife went on full auto." And he goes, "Very nice. Let's make it happen." So aloha, everybody. Take care of each other. Remember, we're all in this together. Let's keep moving forward. And let's pray for Nancy, her family, and Maureen and her sister, as well as Teresa and Miss Sophia. There are other, our mods who are also having some, struggles. So let's all keep them in our prayers. And our brothers and sisters, remember, we are in this together. So aloha. Have a good night. Thank you for being here with each and every one of us.
Good night, everyone.
See you on the next one.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome, John.
Hard working every day, I'm stressed out 24/7, babe. No timeouts, wish we could fly away. You and I go to our favorite place. Oh yeah, make special memories together. I'll be your company now and forever. I say we fly away, you and me, go to our favorite place. Feeling the sun on my face in Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. I need a summer breeze, some fresh air to put my mind at ease. No cares. You wanna come with me? Me and you go to our favorite tree. Are you ready now? We jump on a plane now. We're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. Don't hesitate now. We're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. We'll never come down. We're going